We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 72, the season finale of season 3. How are you, Cole?
Doing good. Doing good.
Perfect. How are you, Gray?
I'm doing really good, other than fumbling with my mute button. Yeah, it's a great day. We're talking about a lot of Kubrick today. It's always a good time.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of really good movie. Now, just before we get right into it, I'd say this season was amazing because now we got Dre with us, and we got a lot of amazing um, guests such as Jaded, kdot, and Chillmonger came in a few times in the past. That was very fun times. Outside of that, I'm looking forward for season 4, and we got a lot going on for tonight. I don't know which topic we should start with. Kdot has told me maybe it will come later for
Okay.
Invincible, so we should maybe keep Invincible for a bit
Yeah, we'll keep
later.
that last. I will say that you forgot about the most important guest, the Obi-Wan defender.
Oh yeah, Advanced Warrior. Advanced Warrior. Um,
I mean, the
uh,
lighting in those saber scenes were kind of cool. I don't know if it's worth the entire season.
Obi-Wan was terrible. That was painful to get through. That was really bad. Um, it's not the worst show we covered. I'd say Runaways is probably the worst thing we covered.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the worst Star Wars thing either, but
Runaways was really terrible. So, right now I'm looking into my notes. I try to find the movies. I only see the TV shows. Where are you, movies? So, what did you have time to watch, Gray?
I'm pretty sure all the movies in Invincible, but I'm also bringing up the list. But yeah, I've definitely seen all the Kubrick ones. Oh, there we are. So yeah, 12 Angry Men, 2001, Barry Lyndon, The Shining, and Halloween Resurrection. So yeah, all five of those, same
yeah.
tier. Amazing.
It's incredible. Like, we're covering 5 masterpieces today. They're considered some of the best films of all time. All 5 of them. There's definitely no outliner at all.
Not at all.
So let's start off with the best movie we ever got to cover, Halloween Resurrection.
Oh
Hell
yes.
yeah, this is like the masterpiece.
I've got so many feels on this thing. Yeah, so I absolutely I like Halloween H2O, and this is kind of the evolution of it. And apparently, the only reason why they could get the ending of that is because Jamie Lee Curtis agreed to this. It's really weird, but like she was lied to in H2O that she would actually be able to kill Michael Myers, and she's going to chop off his head, and that's just going to be the end, and it's going to be the end of the series. That's why she came back. Except for the dude who actually owns the rights to it had in the contract that Michael Myers cannot die. So they actually got Kevin Williamson to like tweak the ending a little bit. So they did actually know the twist in the beginning of Resurrection when they did the end of it, but that was the only way that they could get Jamie Lee Curtis to say okay. So it was really strange. So,
And did she call this a masterpiece too?
She called it a paycheck. But the only reason why she agreed to do this was because the character would at least think that she killed Michael Myers, and you'd get to have the audience kind of believe her with that for just a few, like a year. And then this film shows up. So yeah, it is an interesting take that magically he knew that he was going to get caught, so he breaks the larynx of some EMT guy, puts him in the mask. For some reason, he can't get the mask off, and then she ends him. I really do like. I think this would mess Laurie up, the character, and I think it would put her in an insane asylum to know that Michael is still out there and that she killed an innocent dude. So that is the conceit where this starts off, is that she is now aware that she has killed an innocent guy. And so apparently she's been plotting and building some sort of device for Michael on the ceiling, on the roof of this sanitarium, which somehow she has access to the roof as a patient. Very strange. But yeah, there's just so many like off pieces in this. That being said, I like some of the actors and actresses that are in this. Uh okay, so mainly I like Bianca Kylik. She plays like the main girl, the final girl in this one. The one with the incredible scream that will like break glass, yet apparently the actress in real life cannot scream. So it's a weird condition. Apparently some people can't scream. But yeah, so they dubbed in every scream afterwards, and that's why they sound a little weird. Initially, she was supposed to play the friend, and the original person who was going to play the lead dropped out because they got a TV show, so they just shifted everybody over one and included a new girl to get impaled. Yeah, it was just interesting the way that all of this kind of went down, and then the fact that you bring in, the greatest actor of our generation, the one, the only Busta Rhymes. It is interesting. Like, I don't hate the guy, but this is such a bad role. And then I don't know, to have like this whole scene where apparently, so yeah, it's a weird conceit that somebody in another state is pretending to be a grad student. They're actually a freshman, and they're like the true kind of hero or second hero in this movie. It's interesting, and then to do live streaming in, was this 2001 or something?
Yeah, I
Sorry, looking at
maybe
it,
a bit later.
2002.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's strange. Like, it's not something that really was of the time. Like, it was cutting edge, and I'm sure those were great cameras that they had on everybody's head that were so grainy and everything. Apparently they had hundreds of hours of footage because those were real cameras on everyone's head. So it was just really hard to piece it together, and there was a lot of editing that had to go into this, sadly. Um, but yeah, that's an interesting conceit. So I would like to give them some points for trying to be cutting edge on this, until you find out the backstory on this, that it was a completely different script. It was just a slasher script that, hey, all these kids are in this weird contest online to go into this haunted house, and then they start
it feels
dying
like
one by one.
It actually feels like it so much. Like, and this is sort of like Unfriended, where it's like people are like, well, sure, it's a piece of shit, but you have to give it credit. It was all in one take. They all, improvise until you actually kind of analyze it and read over it and their effort, and it's like, okay, yeah, no, this is just a piece of shit.
Yeah, and so it's interesting. So they took that plot and then we're like, hey, we own Michael Myers, let's throw him into this. So it makes no sense, and then they just made some really, really weird choices. I don't understand how, Busta Rhymes can literally like start scolding Michael Myers and like, you need to be over there, and he literally is like, okay, like, you got me. I don't know, it's just so weird. Like, in any other Michael Myers movie, like, he's just dead. Like, I'm sorry, like, it's not gonna. You're not going to allow him to, even if it's Busta Rhymes, even if he knows Kung Fu, which, it's so stupid. I breezed over the greatest scene in the entire thing. The thing where Bianca Kylik might be considering leaving. She might have some trepidation to this. And it's all just to set up to watch Busta Rhymes watch some Kung Fu movies, so that's how you know at the end he's got Kung Fu moves, because he watches those movies. I don't know. It's so many bad choices, and I don't know. There's so much potential. Like, with the thing of like the found footage or real time thing, there's something cool with that. Like, you could actually have a decent flick with that. With the whole conceit of you've got somebody who's trying to trick the people in the house, but then there's actual stuff going on. There's something cool with that too. But the execution of every bit of this in this movie is just horrible. Like, the way that they immediately pull it off, and then the way that they actually like tie things together, like the weird wall that they have rigged to fall down on the people who are going to have bedroom fun in the basement. Somehow they rigged this whole thing up, but literally on the other side is where Michael Myers has actually been living, which doesn't make any sense. Oh, and then that's the other thing. So this is the original house, but Lori is in a sanitarium in California. So Michael Myers had to travel from, where is it, Michigan? I can't remember exactly where. Is it Haddonfield? I can't remember where that is. Illinois, I think. So I can't. He travels from there to California and then back to here, and then he's somehow living in the basement eating rats. Like, there's so many, and it's right next to this booby-trapped wall that has been staged. None of it makes sense, and none of it is done well. Why does the final girl decide to run back into the house when she's on the roof and it's a short jump to get out? Like, the killer's inside, so why does she have to go inside? Like, it makes no sense to me. Everything about this is so wrong. Then the fact that you actually have Busta Rhymes like beat Michael Myers in hand-to-hand combat, I don't know. Like, I can't get over that.
Why? It makes sense.
And then does it? I mean, he watches kung fu movies, so I guess
he's
it
good at
all
kung
makes
fu,
sense.
bro.
And then just, I don't know, the fact that what is going to finish off Michael Myers? Apparently electrocuting his crotch. Like, that is just the way to kill him. Nobody's tried that before. They've tried everything else, but that's the way to get him. I just absolutely hate this movie. I don't know. It shouldn't be. It killed the franchise that actually had some momentum. It did Laurie so poorly. Everything about this
it's all
is
just
just
a
bad.
fake gimmick.
Yeah. So everything about this is just horrible. Yeah. I guess that's all I have to say. I am not a fan of this movie in particular.
Bro,
I believe it is worse than The Cult of Thorn.
why are
Yeah.
you so harsh, man? That movie
No,
is a masterpiece.
This is easily the worst Halloween film, and it's absolute dog shit. This is like this. If somebody told me this was made for like the same budget as like a film like The Dirties, then I wouldn't even believe them. I would say it's cheaper. Like, this is
I think it is the highest budget Halloween that they've had, or it had up to this point.
yeah, I don't know,
Wow,
but this is
really? It didn't feel like it.
wow.
What the
Yeah, it didn't feel like it at all. This was like dog shit. Like, you can there are so many scenes in this where there are just like audio issues, and you can see the camera and crew in the background.
No, that's part of the conceit. They were there for the whole internet show.
Fucking hell. Yeah, and there's like anytime there's like a kill, they it's like they don't try it all with the makeup or like with camera tricks to like make it look like a real body. Like when somebody's, like, especially the scene where it's like the Jen's head is like decapitated. It's like it's so obvious it's a fake body.
And there's so many other fake bodies in the same room. Like, they literally have them in there to scare. Like, it makes no sense.
Yeah, and there's just like there's obviously tons of plot holes, continuity issues, just factual errors, and yeah, there's so many things I could mention, but it's like not worth even the time. It's just, this is just so horribly made. Has some of the worst editing in a Halloween film ever, easily, hands down. I don't even care that they had to like edit through all those minutes. I don't care. This has the worst camera work ever. This has the worst like acting ever for a Halloween film. It's just, it's old dog shit. I can't think of a single positive thing with this film. Every aspect of this is just horrendous. God, if I would have to think of like maybe one thing, that I guess what Gray brought up, but again, it's not impressive once you think about it and look into it, though. Just like the Unfriended thing, which we will never watch that fucking film. Just to let you know, life's too short to watch dog shit like that. Yeah, it was bad enough we even watched this, but we got to do the whole franchise. Fucking hell. Yeah, this I have nothing else to really say. This is this was painful to sit through, and the Busta Rhymes thing. I would have preferred them to just like dig up Chris Farley's corpse and hang that, with some strings, and have him do that instead. At least that would be more presentable and realistic.
rest in peace movie. So I gotta say that was challenging for me to actually find something positive about the movie. So I really pushed myself to defend
You
it.
listen. If it's challenging to find something, just don't bother. Just give it a 1 and move on. It doesn't deserve it. You can.
Hey, Bianca Kylik is worth a 1 at least. She's decent.
All
Okay,
right.
so my first thing I really thought was decent, not good, decent. The music, the lore, characters are likable, but they are still shit. The action sequence was entertaining, and that's it. So this movie was so bad. Um, so I got so many issues with it. Rewriting what happened to bring back Michael bothered me. Why waiting 3 years to come back? Shit jump scare, pacing, too many characters, not funny, not funny. Characters are forgettable. Hell yeah, not funny. Another bad jump scare, pacing, not funny. Why would Michael Myers let his copycat lives? Just like what you said. I was like, man, if that was any other movie, Michael would have stabbed the guy. No more Busta Rhymes. Bad one-liners, not funny. Lightning was bad. Characters were stupid to not simply leave the house, just like what Dre said. Not funny. I'd say this movie is on par with Wakanda Forever, and it's amazing because Wakanda Forever went in the negative for me. I needed to level up the score. I needed to like
You didn't need
find
to.
praise. Because I gave like minus 4.5 to Wakanda Forever, but then I was like, I won't sound honest here, so I gave back some points for the likes. Here, I didn't bother doing that. I was like 2.5 out of 10. This movie is horrendous, on par with Wakanda Forever. Really bad movie. I would not recommend anybody watching it, except if you want to poke fun at it and tear it apart. Then okay, you can do it. That's a very fun movie to dismantle. Anyhow, this was terrible. What would be your score, Gray?
Yeah, I forgot about the other part. So the previous one takes place, which it's supposed to come right off of Halloween H2O. So everything that happened in California at that college, that or yeah, it was a college. At least it was a that was a college. I was now second guessing if that was like a I don't know, somehow like boys' school or something, but no, that was totally a college. Anyway, that thing that happened in California. So somehow Michael Myers went to California, and then I can't remember how many years later, Lori is in a sanitarium in California, but somehow Michael hides out for like 3 years, probably going back to Haddonfield, Illinois, living in the basement, eating rats, which is a callback to one of the earlier ones where apparently he was eating, like, there was a half-eaten dog in the basement. So at least Loomis alluded to it. So it's yeah, I don't know. And then he decided to go back to the sanitarium, so another cross-country journey. And then back again. It's just so interesting. I hate this movie so much. I think 2.5 is generous. I think it has to be lower than that. Due solely to Bianca Kylik, I think it gets a 1. So it is my lowest rated one. It is below the Cult of Thorn for me.
What would be your score out of 10, Cole? Cole?
This is a 1.
So I gotta add something else to my score. So I said 2.5. I still think it is. I think the movie I will ever score lower than that would be Horrendous, Disaster, Awful, because Wakanda Forever was that. And maybe I will actually change Wakanda Forever just because it went in the negative. Really, I have so much hate for Wakanda Forever. That's like, have you seen it, Gray? Wakanda
I
Forever?
haven't. Based off of your recommendation, I
Don't.
might just skip it this time. But
Don't.
yeah, I saw the first one and was like, I think I'm good. I can leave that story right there. I don't know. I just I don't know. I'm not sure why I never saw it, but then I heard reports back of you should remain that way. So that's where I am.
To give you a good idea, we did that because we did 2022 movies, and that was one of them. And we covered it, and Cole and I talked about it. Well, actually, Cole gave his idea quickly. He didn't add as much to say as me.
Yeah,
And-
it's just I mean it was just a bad film, and I
Do
don't
you
understand.
hate it as much as Multi? He seems to hate it with a burning passion.
I think there's some positives and redeeming aspects, but even those like for example, they tried to do like gritty filmmaking things with like long shots and choreography in the background for it and everything. And again, the only reason why they were doing this shit and had the resources and was actually trying to make a real artistic film is because of all the controversy with the recasting. So they had to like try to then, and also because of the legacy of the first, so they had to like try to really up the scale. But however, in those things though, even then there were glaring issues. Like there was camera reflections, like lighting that sort of reminds me of like some of the scenes in Spike Lee's films that I had issues with. And there's just bad acting from a lot of people besides like two actors, I would say. And it just many other things. Like I think it's a bad film and I don't get the praise, but I don't think it's like garbage or anything or like one of the worst films ever. That I think is too far. There are redeeming things. Like I think the costume design's also good as well. The last act, though, holy fuck, that last act, they didn't change anything from the first film. It's still a CGI clusterfuck.
You have to rewatch one of them right now. Is it going to be Halloween Resurrection? Or is it going to be Wakanda Forever?
Halloween, any day, anytime.
Well,
I'm not watching through 3 hours of Wakanda Forever again. Forget it.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. I would pick Halloween because, I think it's definitely a worse film by far. It's shorter, and I can at least laugh at how bad it is. Like Wakanda Forever is just boring, bad.
Great. Like to add more context, you talk like for maybe 2-3 minutes, maybe 5. If I'm being generous, and I talked for 15 minutes, and among these 15 minutes, it was my issues.
50 minutes of issues. Yes, and also, why the fuck was Ironheart even in it? Served no purpose at all. Just added more to the fucking runtime for no
representation.
Reason. Fucking hell.
15 minutes of me just tearing the movie apart, and that's funny because at that point, I was like, okay, I think I've said enough.
I'd rather watch a fucking Umar Johnson stream or an Andrew Tate stream, alright?
Wakanda Forever, terrible movie. That's why I don't think I will ever give something worse than 2.5. Maybe it will happen one day, maybe we'll find something, but Wakanda Forever is a very high bar.
I think you need to stop being like look, that was so bad. It went in the negatives.
Dude.
Same with Ressurection. So they
didn't go in the negative.
But
Ressurection didn't.
Yes, but you still had to find hard for positives. Like if you have to try hard to find positives, and there probably just aren't realistically any there, right? So I mean that's the times where you should just give the film a 1 out of 10. Like when are you ever going to give a film a 1 out of 10 then, if not those times? Like when a film goes into negatives, just give it a 1. All right, you got to like, spread it out more instead of being like so restrictive, with it.
I try to be consistent, that's the thing. Anyhow, 12 Angry Men, next topic. The backstory of it. I actually had seen the movie many years ago for a philosophy class, and I thought it was fine. This time around, I liked it much more, and I read through my notes. I don't think it's a masterpiece by any means, but
you're wrong.
Yeah, you are wrong here.
I enjoyed it quite a lot more than I used to. Anyhow, I will let any of you start on that one?
Yeah, I'll go first here. It is an absolute masterpiece and one of the best films of its year, but this was a pretty stacked year, honestly. There were a lot of amazing films, but yeah, like all the performances, even just the guy at the beginning where we see just one shot of for 5 seconds is incredible. Like you genuinely, it has the perfect like reaction where like his face where you genuinely can't tell, like if he's like, innocent and is like shown emotion, or if he, and like is just like frozen in fear, or if he's just like has no remorse and is guilty, and up for the audiences to decide from there. And especially other shots as well that you see later on with like characters they hint at later on in the film during dialogue that you see in the beginning, and then and it all takes place in just the one room, but it's edited perfectly, it's shot perfectly. Like there's only even one shot or one kind of edit thing that I think is like not perfect, and that's the one where it's like he slams the knife down on the table. Like I feel like it could have been more in real time after that instead of just an edit there. But at the same time, I don't think stuff like that was really done or invented in films at the time, so that's fine. But yeah, just the whole thing and just how it takes place in one room, and it's all shot well, and the scenery and production is just all fantastic, and just investing is just insane. And yeah, the writing is just perfect writing, just like incredible care with the characters and everything, and each of them having like they're being so unique and like memorable. Each of them, like I can't really think of a single character that was forgettable in it. They're all just like fantastic. And yeah, I just loved how, because at the beginning, just like you really do feel like there's no fucking hope for the guy with how when you start hearing them explain it, and God, just the way it unravels over time is fantastic. And a lot of like the messages about society and everything, and the legal system and like their job is like fantastic too, and still relevant to this day. But yeah, I love this film. Definitely a masterpiece for me. What about you, Gray?
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Just on so many levels, this is just a masterpiece. You feel just the heat in that room. So I just rewatched the 97, I think it was 97.
Yeah, I will
No.
say, definitely a lot weaker 90s one, the made for
Yes.
TV one. But I did like, was it John Lemon, his name or whatnot? I did
John
like.
Lemon, I don't think he did the same performance as Fonda. Like, I don't know, there's something
Yeah.
about Fonda's
Yeah,
performance
but
that just
no, Fonda's definitely obviously like better. Like again, everything in that film is better, but I at least like that
Mhm.
Lemon did something like different, and it was memorable in its own
For sure.
regards as well. And also, like updated it a bit as well. So I did like that the most about it. Also, anytime I think about that, I remember the whole. I mean, did you see that Vin Rhames thing where it's like I believe he won a Golden Globe for like TV movie performance, but then he gave it to John Lemon on stage, like called him up and gave it to him.
No, I
Yeah, it
didn't. I
it
don't
was a
remember
great
that.
moment. I would look it up if you have time. But yeah.
Damn. Well, I don't disagree about Jack Lemmon.
It was
but
Jack
he
Lemmon.
was
God
kind of
damn
the
it! Why did I
highlight of
say
it.
John? Fuck.
Because John Lennon, so close. But yeah, like Jack Lemmon is just like so amazing in there. And I don't know, just there's some performances that really take me out, like Tony Danza and Edward J. Just almost just they can't hold a candle to either of the people in here. The watchmaker in this one, or I guess I don't know the juror's name who is obsessed with baseball, but to me, like, so it breaks every rule of screenwriting. They tell you don't just do dialogue, don't do essentially every character name the same. Like, this is just juror numbers. They tell you, like, you can't do it in just one room. Every part about this, like, it really shouldn't work. And then the whole, show, don't tell. This is all telling. It is just amazing that every part of this that shouldn't work just does, and it is done so masterfully. Just I believe it's Sidney Lumet, or I can't remember exactly his name, but yeah, apparently he was making them just rehearse and rehearse and rehearse without a camera in there until they were all extremely upset and frazzled, and had essentially been jurors for a day fighting with each other. Like, it really put them in the mindset, and it really feels like that's what you get out of this film. everything about it. Like, so it starts with a really high shot and goes overhead. And then at one point, so that's to kind of visually, they do a lot, even though it is all tell. They are also showing you with tricks of the camera. Like, it's very amazing. It seems like everything is against the kid. Everyone is voting, guilty, except for one. It's an overhead shot. Finally, he starts turning some of the jurors, and it goes to an eye-to-eye shot. And then once it goes in the other favor, like, you just see the camera being almost, it's down by the knife. It is so low. It just does so many things visually while it's still doing the tell. It is showing you on a different level. There's just so many amazing things in this. The fact that, most of it is a giant zoomed out shot. Hey, Anchorman. It's just, I don't know. I can't say enough for it. It really is a masterpiece. And then just the way that they do it, like, philosophically as well. I'm sure Multi might be talking about this since he took a class on it. But yeah, it is. I don't know. It's just kind of amazing. It's not. So they do a show. They don't just do tell. And the show that they're doing is, how do you change someone's mind? Well, you don't. You have them change their own mind. And that's what keeps happening over and over again with the different evidence. It's not just fighting. This guy, his approach to it, the baseball guy calls it a soft sell, but it is kind of the way to get somebody to ask questions and to actually question themselves. It really is a masterpiece. I love everything about this movie, and I can't say enough about it. I forgot how good it was, so I'm glad that I rewatched it. Then I had to immediately watch the 90s one. It's, it's such a masterpiece. I would highly recommend the original 12 Angry Men. It is just it is a work of art on film. There's a reason why it's on everyone's like top 10 list or top 50, I guess.
Yeah, well, usually top 10, but at least like around top 25 or whatnot.
Yeah, for sure.
So, I guess that's my turn. So I've seen the black and white one. That's the one I've seen twice. I didn't know there was another movie like that.
It's not worth seeing.
Yeah, it's just a made-for-TV remake. That's all.
Okay. So what I will say is, it was enjoyable. I think the characterization was really cool, and one of the best part of that movie is how they debunk arguments and the debate aspects through the movie. And I'm not the biggest fan of debates. I actually hate debates because that's just a show of power. You need to show dominance and like need to crush the other. But this movie made it interesting. It felt like a fair fight. Anyhow, I will start with my issues. I already point out to a few things I like. So my issues, the first one, it wasn't believable that only one person would stand up early in the movie. I get it. Peer pressure exists, but this makes every character way too simple at first. I know they add layers to the characters later on, but that's like the first glance at it. You're like, yeah, these characters, they all seem too simple.
I mean, I don't know about that. I think like
some don't get growth at all. Well,
that's usually how juries work all the time. Like they usually like when there's most people are thinking something, a lot of them will just like flip flop to that and not think enough about like the other thing, and they and then they'll just do it just to out of peer pressure and just to get out of there. And sometimes as has happened in real life, in cases there will be like one or two people who then stand there, and then there's either like a hung jury, no conviction yet, or they try to like convince them. So it's not unrealistic, I would say. But I mean, from the start, I would say like like it making them basic and the same at the start, though. I mean, I think there are a lot of scenes near the beginning as well that kind of like differ. I can't speak. Sorry, differentiate. I'm bad. I don't know why sometimes I can't fucking pronounce words. Someday, you know what I mean. Make them like feel very different still and unique.
For sure, and that's another rule of screenwriting. Like, do not introduce multiple characters at the same time. They introduced 12 at the exact same time.
Yeah, and it somehow worked, and like
it does.
Yes, and even then at the beginning, like while they were on the same page, they were still disagreeing with like minor things before sitting down and everything, and would throughout the film, and then it gets more, it goes up more and more. It's like and just shows like the frustration. So I mean,
I found only 2 characters really interesting. I didn't give a crap about all the other, and I'm sure both of you can guess which ones I root for.
I mean, I'm sure it was either like the main character or the old man, and that those two, maybe the villain, more villain guy.
Yeah, the villain, the main character and the villain were like the only 2 likable. The old man was cool. I liked how he talked, but
I mean, I don't know if I like agree. I mean, yeah, of course, like those. It's because those 2 had the most focus because they were like mainly the protagonists of the film, but. Yeah, so the others didn't get as much screen time or focus, but when they did, I mean, they blew it out of the park and had very memorable scenes. Like, I don't know what much more you want for me, at least. I think
they're forgettable. All the others are forgettable. The only
I don't agree with that.
I disagree with you. None of these characters are forgettable.
They're all
like, I could describe each one of them right now.
Yeah.
The only thing forgettable is like which juror number were they.
Yeah, like that's the only thing. Like, if there's one character that was like most forgettable, it would just be like that one guy who's like the youngest there, just because he was given like the least screen time. But no, each one I would say very memorable. Like, there's the guy who kind of grew up more in poverty. There's the guy who I forgot where he said he was from, but like an immigrant or something, I believe. There was the guy with the glasses, really over analyzing it. It's, of course, the old man. Like, they're all very memorable, and they all have their moments in this.
The ad man, the racist guy. Like they all kind of play their part, and then there's the father who's like extremely upset with his son. Like, every one of them like plays the character like just amazingly. And then the football coach who's leading it all. Like, I don't know, each one of them, like you learn about these characters. Like, it is, I don't know. I don't think any one of them is forgettable. I think they all really play their part. But I'm sorry you did not have that same experience.
No, I didn't. Anyhow, next up would be I get it, like there were budget restraints and that's why they went that way. But telling instead of showing, sometimes it worked, but others I'm like I want to see that.
Wait. When did it not work though?
I can't remember exactly because I can't remember.
Well, let's see if it did work. Do you think the kid is guilty?
Actually, yes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, do you think he might be guilty? However, can you prove it without any reasonable doubt?
No.
Because that's the main thing. That's the main thing.
They did land a lot of seeds around.
I mean, the show and tell thing, like, again, like I kind of bring back to the point like Pumpkin brought up before. That's more for stuff like saying like something like this person was shot and they don't show it, but stuff like this, I don't know. I don't really believe in that as much with this. Like, you need to show everything, especially with like how well it's taught. Like for this, I mean, everything they talked about was,
it's kind of like Reservoir Dogs, in that like it's not about the crime. Like, that happened.
It is about the crime.
It's about the argument. Yeah.
Oh, the argument. Yeah, and it's like in the past, but the way where they explain all of it, like there isn't a single moment where I'm like, I wish I saw it, because I can picture it all perfectly in my head. Like I can picture the setting, even just like I can picture just like brick built like buildings in like a poverty-ridden area. I can picture like the stairs the old man and the hallway the old man was like needing to go through, and like the yelling. I can picture the train. I can picture like the old lady's room, like looking out the window. I can picture all my head just the perfect like setting in it with how they explain it. Like they did it perfectly, where it's like I don't need to see anything sort of like the Gremlins thing, especially with like how well it was told.
The one thing that I can't see is Jack Klugman actually being a knife fighter. The dude who used to be from the slums but has now made it up. I just can't see that guy as a knife fighter. I don't know. He doesn't look like that to me. This is
Yeah.
one thing I can't see.
I
Yeah.
mean, in the slums, there are a lot of people who and especially in that time period, or like in the 30s and stuff, who especially like Italians who kind of would be like around corners wielding knives and stuff. They were kind of like a bit more scrawny looking or whatever, skinny looking. And
I love the dude. I mean, The Odd Couple is amazing, but I just don't see him as a knife fighter. That's the one thing I don't see. Like the way he was handling the switchblade, it's like, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
Where in the remake, the dude
as Batman as well. Yeah.
But the dude in the remake who's holding the switchblade, it's like I totally buy that. Like, okay, he seems comfortable with it, but like the way that Klugman was holding it's like, I don't know about that. But everything else in there, totally. I loved the way that they did show it. They showed it without actually showing the crime, just like the way that they did like the camera angles. It was so amazing. I gotta say they did a lot of show, even though the crime takes place off the screen.
Lastly, my last issue, pacing. They repeat a lot of stuff we already know throughout the movie, and I know like that was a debate tool or whatever, but I felt like maybe a good 5 to 10 minutes could have been chopped off from the movie, and we would still have gotten the same story and the same thing. Anyhow, as I said, I like that debate aspect, and looking at my notes, it was slightly better than what I remember. The argument of a second knife being brought up was great, because now they show receipt, and this is something that should happen more often in these debate situations. And I also marked down the main character carried the movie on his shoulders. The guy ending up contradicting himself was funny. I like that a lot. The main character destroying apart argument was entertaining, and I feel like the group had a lot of growth throughout that movie, and that's something I liked, because I like character growth. Anyhow, I don't have much more to say. I'm wondering if you guys have more to say about this movie.
Not me, maybe Gray.
Guri, do you want to add more?
Earphones. Damn.
I'm sorry, my dog was actually barking that time. Yeah. I absolutely love this. I think it's a masterpiece. I think it's 10 out of 10. I don't think there's anything that really could be improved in this. Even the couple things that Cole was talking about, like the shot with the knife, I don't know. I really like it. Like compared to again the 90s remake, it still works.
Yeah.
Like that scene, like that doesn't take me out where the 90s one did.
Yeah, well, yeah. What I more mean, like with that edit there, like when he, slams in on the table, like it's because that, like, type of shot I don't think was really invented as much in films back then compared to like films now. But what I mean is like like when it shows the scene of the guy like slammed on the table, and then it just cuts immediately to them going, "Whoa, where did you find that?" It's like I would have liked it more if it was like in one shot where it flew more, where it's like immediately after, but without a noticeable cut where everybody says, "Well, what the fuck?"
Yeah.
But that shit wasn't
Fair
really
enough.
invented in films back then, though. I don't think that's the thing. So it isn't really a flaw. It's just something. It's just if I could find one single thing that I would have preferred more in this film, it would be that. But it wasn't really a thing
Fair
back
enough.
then. But outside of that, I seriously can't think of anything else.
I can't think of another film from nearly 70 years ago. Like I guess it's 65, 66 years ago. I don't know. Like that is just insane to me that it feels so relevant and it doesn't feel dated. I just absolutely love how they're able to kind of just remain timeless with this thing. Like, I don't know, somehow the 90s one feels so dated, even though everybody's got like a hat and a sport coat or jacket in this one. Somehow it feels more timeless and just like of today. I can't say enough praise about this. It's an amazing movie.
Okay.
Yeah. There was one other thing. Oh yeah, right. Again, there I have noticed there were a few people who like said, the guy with like the obsessed with baseball is a little one-dimensional, but again, I think they were missing a lot of key scenes with him in there where it's like he's a bit one-dimensional with his personality, but there are many people like that just out there like that, with that type of personality and thought-provoking thing. Like we've seen it as well with the other character who's like racist in this as well. So I wouldn't say it's much of a like one-dimensional or a flaw. And he had many important like scenes and like of dialogue, but also the fact that he wasn't the only one. There were like a few people like that in the film shows that it isn't really one-dimensional. It's just it's because in a situation like that, they made it where it doesn't just feel like a drama play or an actual film where it's like every person needs to like be a fan of. Sorry, God, sorry, I was reading a comment there. Sorry, not every person needs to like have their moment of like being like, oh, actually, I was in the wrong. Sorry, no. So sometimes just things don't need to be said. Like they understand their faults, and they just sit there. And I think that's something that a few people kind of missed with those two characters. But yeah,
For sure.
Okay. I will give this movie 8 out of 10.
Okay, good. The way that you were talking about it before, I was fearing like you're going to say like 5. It's just way too
No,
slow. But
no.
okay, if you're going
Like
8, like okay,
for
I remove all judgment.
for a 5, like I must have more than just like 3 issues. Like when I got 3 issues, usually that's either a 9 or a 8. Except if the issues are really heavy, like old in the story or old in the character arc, then maybe it will wait a bit more. But 3 issues is not that many for me.
well, I'm giving this a 10.
I still sound crazy. Anyhow, next topic. I'm looking at which movie I've seen after that one. Space Odyssey. Oh my. Okay.
Oh yes, yeah. Oh, this is another masterpiece. Yeah, so this is probably I would say again, A Clockwork Orange is my personal favorite of Kubrick's, and I think it's objectively like his second best ever made. But if I would think objectively, what his best one is, it's probably this one, that, and also my second favorite personal one. Like now now I understand people aren't into this. Obviously, it's very slow and with the pacing and everything, and very like and obviously it's like in the 60s and such, so I can understand. But I mean, I genuinely can't think of like any. Well, I've read like people's like issues with it, and I seriously can't find any of them where it's like an objective flaw. It's more just personal issues, like, and I would say that's the best way to describe this film. Like, I really don't think there's like any issues with this. Like, it might not be a something that like everybody's into, and that's understandable because it's sort of like God, what's a good example? It's sort of like, I would guess, like musicals. Like not everybody's gonna be into them. So they might just like hate all them, but they're doesn't mean they're bad. And I would say like this is probably the case too. Which it's kind of like a space opera, so it kind of is as well. But yeah, I just loved like everything about this film. When I first watched it, I wasn't as into it as like whatever, but I rewatched it and in theaters, and fuck, I loved this quite a lot. I just love how there's like so many different like messages and things under the surface that you can get out of it. I love how revolutionary it is and how it just like goes through like all of like life on Earth basically from the beginning of like the evolution thing and all the things they have to like try to understand, where it's like it's like you're in the character's shoes, where it's like you can't understand anything going on. But I think the message with like the object like at the beginning, and then like the middle on the one planet, and then like the end with the guy growing old, like the black object, I think kind of like the message of it is like it's like that, where it's basically just like a black bar because it's beyond our understanding. Sort of like, you know, when he goes through like that world and sees all the aliens and stuff, also beyond his understanding. But it's also like when every time they come to contact with it, it speeds up their like evolution process with, you know, like the one ape learning, you know, how to like use tools and stuff, and then and so on with everything there. But yeah, and I thought that was super interesting. I love the performances in this. I love just like the production and set designs and how it's like rotating on like a wheel. Like they made some sets like that to be able to make it work, which got Kubrick his first and only Oscar for special effects. Never got one for direction, best picture, writing for some reason. I don't understand why, but that's the Oscars. And yeah, I love the visuals, the music as well. Obviously, it's just so classic to this day. Everybody knows just the beat in it, you know, at the beginning and elsewhere. And Lydon's perfect too. And you know, a lot of people talked about it, but again, this is like the first film that ever depicted AI being like intelligent and self-aware with their surroundings, with how this was like the first depiction of it ever in film, and it freaked everybody out. And also, again, I said this yesterday, but at the time, his film was not liked very much by a lot of people because it was so different at its time that they didn't really like understand a lot that it was even going for. They didn't really get it, so it was kind of hated by a good chunk of people at the time after they walked out of the theater. But yeah, it's considered you know, one of the best today, and yeah, I'd have to agree with that. But yeah, I can't say much enough good things about this film. Just love it. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Perfect. Great. What did you think of it?
Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of it. I think there are a couple things that could be improved, but I don't know. I'm not sure that it really is a critique of what is on screen, and it's more a critique of what could be on screen.
Yeah, but again, it is 68 or 69.
Yeah,
remember
no,
that.
it's just so amazing. It's just the book is a little bit different. Like you actually get in like the head of the monkeys at the beginning. At least the one that becomes sentient and yeah, uses the tool. It is just so iconic. So kind of one of the amazing things about Kubrick is his way to adapt somebody else's stories. Um, Almost every story that he did, they're kind of well known on their own, but his version of it seems to be, I don't know, the definitive version. It happened with, you know, The Shining, a whole bunch of basically every other one that we're going to talk about. But he does change it in certain ways, and in some ways it's so much better. Like in The Shining, the hedge maze instead of topiary, it makes so much more sense. But he kind of changed a few things in this one, and I love the way that it works on film. Like it makes a really good movie. It makes a masterpiece, really. Just certain meanings were kind of changed from the book, and I don't know how you'd visually put that onto the
Yeah,
screen.
well, that's the thing. It was
is
kind of like
the one thing.
impossible to put it on screen visually, especially at the time, and that's why books are
Yeah.
still useful too. Like, you're not going to be able to get everything, you know, in film from like a
For
book
sure.
with like, you know, like going through like the character's mindset. It's very, very hard.
But what he put on screen is just like amazing, and it's been parodied so many times
Oh,
and
yeah.
attempted to copy, and people have attempted to steal from it. It is that iconic. Like it is just a masterpiece in what is actually on the screen. And the obelisk, like you're mentioning, like that's so awesome that there are so many layers to almost everything that's going on in there. But that obelisk, it can have so many different meanings to so many different people. There are a lot of theories as to what it is or what it represents. In the book, they go into it a little bit further as well. So his way of, you know, kind of just laying it out there and letting it be a bit of a mystery, it's pretty amazing, and it's a really powerful choice. I just love this film and what he was able to put on there. I understand you think it's you know, shitty that he didn't get a better Oscar, but I think the effects on this were
Yeah,
pretty groundbreaking.
I mean, at least he got
they've been,
one. That's more than like people like
Yeah.
Hitchcock can say.
for sure.
Yeah.
And he definitely deserves it. Perhaps there is a better version than he could have had. This is not my favorite Kubrick film, but I can understand how it is people's favorite. It is just like amazing, and it just sticks with you. I can't tell you how many times I've just been I don't know. I just randomly think about this film. I don't know if I do that for a lot of films. I don't think I will be doing that for Halloween Resurrection. This is something amazing. It really does stick with you, and like the whole visuals of everything is just kind of amazing. I hope you had a similar experience, Multi, but I kind of have a feeling
he definitely
perhaps it was
did
different.
not, probably. But I will
Okay.
say,
No.
I'm kind of
No,
surprised one
no.
actor's still alive, though. I didn't realize that.
So I'd like to start by saying I didn't hate the movie. I thought that was average. That's the thing. I can see the praise. I can understand why people liked it so much. I didn't. Most of my issues are basically the same thing explained another way. Issue number one: pacing. Lots of scene could be trimmed down. Pacing. More scenes could be trimmed down. So this means at least twice early in the movie.
I feel like you're gonna say that
an hour.
50 times.
Could you explain which ones? Like,
maybe the monkey one. I can't remember. We
God.
see so
you
much
don't get
stuff.
Barbie without that monkey scene. I'm sorry, it spawned it all.
Yeah, like I'm sorry. Like there's, it is a very slow and it does drag out scenes, but I think the payoff is worth it, and it's important that they're dragged out like that with what they do.
Next up would be facing again, but that's after intermission. Long moment where we only hear music and nothing happens right after the intermission.
You mean the beautiful part?
It lasted for like 2-3 minutes where you have nothing on screen and they just play the music. I was like,
you mean that iconic music that you'll always think about?
Music is good, but it's everywhere in the movie, so it's like you don't need that extra moment where nothing happens.
What do you mean? Yeah, well, it was an intermission. They had to put it.
No, that's after the intermission. That's right
after. I see. Well,
right after.
I mean, I think there were things kind of happening. They were kind of like getting the settings, like your bearing straight, like. After what you saw, because you have to put yourself in the shoes of audiences in 1968. You've never seen anything like with an AI like that. You didn't understand that they were actually could be that intelligent, that they were self-aware. You've never seen that, in real life or depicted in a film or anything before. People are just like, what the hell's going on? And that scene, dragged out is supposed to kind of show you like just how you're like, basically the audience's mind at that point, like being so confused of even like what's going on before finally like getting their bearings straight.
Next up, plot convenience. The guy not bringing his helmet with him. That bothered me. I'm like, you go in space, you're suspicious of the computer, but you don't bring your helmet. Okay, whatever.
I mean, I think he did. It's just it launched him out.
No.
I mean, would you ever expect that it would open the pod bay door?
Yeah, they would never expect that. He had it, but he just didn't have it on at that point. Like that's something they would never expect.
No, he didn't add it because he needed to like go close from the emergency entry or whatever to enter. So yeah, like there's currently a moment where he needs to be smart to go back inside the spaceship because he doesn't have his helmet on, and that bothered me that it didn't add it on. And even the robot tells him to do so. Like, it's a shame you don't have your helmet. I'm like, bruh, it's so convenient for the robot. Anyhow, pacing, the splash of colors went on for too long. That was like late in the movie.
I disagree. That was epic.
Okay. So anyhow, these are my dislikes. I still enjoyed the movie for most of it. The atmosphere and the music were good. well made and interesting shot, likable father, the cover up, the music. Uh, Seeing him working out was interesting. So they really showcase that these astronauts, they are in shape. They need to remain in shape. Now, how accurate this is, I don't know, because we still don't have these gravitational thing inside ships yet, and it's 2023.
I don't
Eventually, I
think
do
we are.
believe we will have the tech, but right now people are
I
still
don't.
floating. Huh?
I
You
don't know
don't?
to this like extent. I don't know. Yeah,
Um.
I feel like they've kind of like discovered that like we've reached like a wall where it's like we can't go any further.
Oh,
And
okay.
it's not that we don't have the technology where we couldn't do it. It's that humans like brains and stuff are like so weak that if they tried like putting this tech together and then going far into space, it would just like scramble our brains. There's like no stopping it. It would just
Oh,
like be
wow.
fucked. Yeah, it's
Okay.
something like that, I believe. But hey, you never know. Scientists and other people say things all the time.
Well,
Things
they'll
happen
invent
all
the
the time.
unscrambler. It'll be
That's
great.
interesting.
Jesus Christ. Yeah. I mean, I still don't understand what you mean with that helmet thing. It's like there's no way they could have known in that situation that it would understand them and that it would do that. Like
Well, that
people,
was after they were like, "Oh, we need to unplug him because he's dangerous," and he just goes in
yeah,
space.
but it didn't realize it was like super intelligent to that extent, like that, where it could read their lips and do that stuff. They didn't think it was like would launch them like that. Like they had no expectations, and especially like when you're around like the station and you do a lot of like activities without your helmets on because you gotten used to it and you don't think there's like any danger or anything, obviously, since it's just you, like you get used to like not when you should like have your helmet on probably, but you don't because you're like used to it. That's how humans kind of are.
Well, no, I don't give it a pass. I think it's stupid.
Okay,
You're
I disagree,
suspicious.
but we'll
You're
agree to
suspicious
disagree.
of the bot. Like you're whispering in his back, and you just go out without your helmet,
Yeah,
bro. You're
I
dumb.
mean,
You're a scientist, but you're dumb.
could he have really known though that it would actually do that? Like, I don't think any of
Well,
them
he
knew
was
it had that
suspicious. Dude. You
power.
don't need to know. You need to be suspicious to be like, yeah, I will carry my
Yeah,
helmet with me
like
just in case.
prior to this, nobody was suspicious of their computers.
Yeah,
It created that.
Guys are
yeah,
really trying your best to
yes,
defend
and it's
it,
like
but
they didn't
you
realize
won't
it
get me
was.
through.
They didn't realize the computer was like super dangerous or anything. It was like it was just like it's sort of like the equivalent of like God, like when that
If
Russia
they didn't,
Ukraine.
if they didn't realize, why would they just say, "Oh, let's unplug him"?
For
They didn't go through
precautionary
unplugging him. That's
because for precautionary things, but they didn't understand the true extent because nobody really thought about that before or knew the full extent of it. It's sort of like the best example is like kind of like the Russia Ukraine war, where it's like before that, so majority of people didn't think it would actually happen because there hasn't been like a big war in like since World War II like that, basically. So everybody just thought it would be another like small conflict thing and that's it, and it's sort of like that in the film, like nobody really knew the true extent of that, or it's like they couldn't really.
Hey,
yeah.
Tiamat.
I
You
don't
know
give it a
about
pass.
the amazing film 2001: A Space Odyssey, right?
Yeah. So yeah.
Sometimes I would say jokingly, that's where I insert the joke. This is where I'm a consumer, like organized chaos is. But um I'm very familiar with it, yes, as well as the other follow-ups too.
Shining. You have seen Shining as well.
I've seen I meant all of the Space Odyssey.
2010.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Like
the film that people
there are sequels.
hype
We
up
don't have to
for
talk
whatever
about the
reason.
sequels.
Oh,
Yeah, I just want to
what?
know why people try hyping up 2010. I really would like to know.
Lithgow.
That was
Okay.
bad.
Theoretically, it was more or less, if you're not to the spoilers for it, is they weren't ready to make contact. So it's like it goes. He wrote 2010. I think it's like 3001, something like that. If I remember. So it's sorry I've been playing something and plus had a horrendous toothache. Giant, so it was.
I will
Well,
say that the artificial intelligence in 2001 was really cool. It felt like a character of its own, and that was the intent. That part is really entertaining, and him starting to lie was cool. I liked it. Malfunction and stuff. Um, the people trying to disconnect him also made a lot of sense after it tried to end their lives, and after it actually ended a few of the crew members' lives. Um, so yeah, really cool movie. I thought that was entertaining despite the issues. So yeah, do you have something you'd like to share about the movie, D Lord?
I will say it's interesting. It's a film that has stood the test of time because it's interesting. It was a sci-fi standard in the novels. As I mean, say what you want about the films that came after. It set the stage for dramatic space exploration. Like, kinda, I have to check it if it predates. Like, you could probably say it gave rise to like the Alien. Like, when you think about isolation in space film, 2001: A Space Odyssey really was the kickoff key. It's kind of like Dune. Dune was a space opera slash fantasy. So, and plus also visual effects too.
Yeah, it really is that kind of isolation thing. That really does show you, like there's a lot of movies since then who have really kind of played with that. But yeah, it feels like they're borrowing from this, which again leads
And I mean,
to
it's done
how
by,
amazing
what's funny is it's
2001
done by
is.
the same
I
guy.
love that flick.
It's done by the same guy. See, Alien was done in 79. This movie was done in 68. And it's done by the same guy who did Clockwork Orange.
That's cool.
Ponder that a second.
Yeah.
So you have like the alien, like the idea of space travel. I mean, 60s were for like give a little people background on stuff that came out in the 60s. Some people like how much are familiar you guys with like the Addams family and like the Munsters?
I've heard about it.
Fairly
A
familiar.
show is about that, but I haven't seen it. I've just heard about it.
What about you, Cole?
I trust he's seen Wednesday Adams, but
So
I
like
don't know
they
if I see the
didn't
connection
deal.
here.
So like the Munsters, right, was not considered successful because it was going against the Addams family. But it still had like 60 something episodes or so.
Fair enough. Yeah, it got rebooted with Rob Zombie recently, so
No, you remember, right?
success.
Because there was only 5 channels on television. So
Fair enough. That
someone
would
did
be hard
like
to compete.
so someone did like the Addams family, another one tried to do the Munsters. You always didn't have a show that was successful. Like Lost in Space is iconic, but it wasn't really considered a success at the time. If that makes sense. So 2001: A Space Odyssey is really similar. It aged. It used effects. It used stuff similar to concepts that became better later on. That's at least my thoughts on it. It's just one of those films that's there. That's what I say. Sorry for the derailing, but
No, I get it.
That's funny. That's entertaining.
Because people don't realize, like, think about all the shows we think got remakes. Even the remake film of Lost in Space, right, wasn't that bad. But the TV show most people only saw if you had a sci-fi channel back in the day.
Yeah. I
guess it is. Yeah.
I think I would give 2001 Odyssey a 7 out of 10. So for me, that's average.
7.
Um,
Average.
no,
You think most movies are this? Wow.
not
Wow,
really.
sir.
I gave a
Wow.
lot of 10s. You're just not around when
Wow.
this happens.
No,
Like,
you're saying this is an average score.
yeah.
So it's like, I don't know, it's caused so many parodies and so many things have tried to emulate it, but it's just
Oh, come
average.
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Even
It's a
Mel Brooks,
classic. It's a classic.
even Mel Brooks parodied it at some point.
I'd say it's a classic, and I understand the people appeal to it, and the people liking it. I get it, but it's just maybe not my thing. That's why. I
Now, how
say
would you rank
average.
Spaceballs?
I haven't seen it.
10 out of 10. It is so much better than the Marvels.
You're, you know,
Now, see, look, we need to get him to see both Spaceballs and
the
Blazing
reason why
Saddles.
I'm
Blazing Saddles, I didn't like it. I think
Yeah,
I
well, that's
think
the
I
thing.
gave
What?
8,
Purposely-
7 or
purposely
8.
went off of it because he didn't like Blazing Saddles, and also I wanted to do like a marathon of it first. But in order to do that, we would first have to
Get through what
watch
we have.
some Frankenstein films to watch that one.
Mm.
Young
Yeah,
Frankenstein?
Fair enough.
Yeah,
It does help if you know Frankenstein to appreciate what he's doing, but yeah. I
And what's
understand what
also
you're saying.
funny is the dad that in Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh
is
yeah,
young
Peter
Frankenstein.
Boyle.
Mm-hmm.
Like 2001: Space Odyssey. If that was just like me enjoying the movie, I think I would give a 5. But I know I'm
What?
a mistake, but that's
What?
why I gave a 7.
Hmm.
I didn't enjoy that movie
What?
that much.
You think
I
you're
didn't.
being generous by giving it a 7? Wow. Okay, so do I be honest or do I try and make up for multi?
Be honest. Be
do
honest.
whatever.
man.
So it's not my favorite Kubrick one, but it is a masterpiece. I think I'd have to go 9 with it. There is room to improve, and Kubrick does in later films. So yeah, I think I'm gonna go with a 9.
So, how would you rank Multi? How would you rank the TOS series,
TOS.
Star Trek?
Oh, I will be honest. I've only seen a few episodes here and there, but I can't tell which season I've seen and which series I've seen. I know about it. I've seen a few episodes here and there on TV, but not more than that.
See, that
That
sounds
was
good.
like sci-fi. I will be honest. Sci-fi. I'm really picky on which sci-fi interests me. Like there are sci-fis that are very enjoyable, but I'm picky on it, as I said.
Okay, let's go something more controversial. Remake Battlestar Galactica.
I've heard about it. I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cole, what would be your grade out of 10 for 2001?
Probably a 10. It's like, you know, the things that could have been improved on, I just don't think like it's really possible from the book. I don't think it's possible to like replicate really in film. Like there's only like really 2 examples. I know what he's talking about, but there's only been really like 2 examples ever that I've seen of people replicating what he's talking about, and they are very new, like 2010s, so 60s.
Interstellar tried that magic.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's more like what the characters thinking and stuff, and other aspects, not really what Interstellar did, but
Okay, Interstellar. The only reason I bring that up is, he goes through the wormhole, right? What happens at Interstellar?
yeah, but I mean, I do think like 2001 kind of like. I think they did it as well as they could have at the time, like with that aspect of it, and I think it still holds up to this day. I mean, yeah, I would give it a 10. I don't really see any issues with this film at all. Like, there's things that, of course, they could have done, but for 1968, I think that would have been impossible. So, gotta rate it for its time. I think this is just kind of perfect for its time, and it inspired so many films. So, yeah.
Respectable. What about you, Tim? What would you give it out of 10?
I'd have to do it as like even then, probably like a 10 out of 10 ish. But then again, it's not really biased as much as that's more cultural impact later.
You don't see it as a 5?
No.
On a multi, I just think that's a little low, sir. But
Well, I said that's a 7. Like as I said, my enjoyment was a 5, but I think the movie is better than my enjoyment. It just wasn't my cup of
What
tea.
we're gonna have to make him sit down and watch the original Battlestar Galactica.
Oh my. We'll see.
Hey,
the
hey,
whole
hey.
series, oh man, like it's all
Sci-fi,
good, and
bro,
such a bad ending.
Sci-fi I'm picky, as I said. Like there's some sci-fi I like, and there's sci-fi I just don't latch on.
Yeah, I mean, is there any you liked more than the second Blade Runner, or is that your highest rated?
No, I think yeah, Blade Runner, the second one, is peak sci-fi. I think
Okay.
that's my favorite.
I'm gonna.
Peak sci-fi, but you didn't even give it a 10. You gave it like a 9.9.
Yeah,
Okay. Let's try this.
9.7.
Let's try this one.
9.7.
Let's go the Queen themed Flash Gordon. And
I've heard about it. I haven't seen it.
damn.
Yeah,
I'm Canadian, bro. Like, my
listen.
classic aren't necessarily yours.
yeah, you have to remember multi.
So far, but
hasn't
there
really
is still
seen many
time.
Yeah, he hasn't really seen too many films, so like a lot of these that we do is his first time.
Okay, I should
Yeah.
say I was raised in more of a classic household by my grandparents, so I grew up on the original Hawaii Five-0, which like ran 12 years.
Such a good
for
theme
15
song.
years. Oh, Jack
Yeah.
Lord? Yeah, people don't realize that was one of the longest running TV series ever.
And I've also seen lots of TV shows, but not necessarily like sci-fi stuff, because as I said, I'm picky. Like when I like the NCIS series, like the original one. New
Mhm.
Orleans was good, and Las Vegas was decent, but I gave up at some point because there were too many
Really?
episodes. Yeah, and
If I remember right from yesterday, your favorite Star Wars is Revenge of the Sith.
well,
as
actually, it's Empire, but Revenge of the Sith is a
Oh,
close
okay.
second. Like
Okay.
they're the same grade, but
All right, as long as you put Empire above
yeah,
it.
Okay,
Empire
this
is
is
slightly better.
Okay, this is a good barometer here, this question. How would you rate the sequel trilogy, not sequel, prequel trilogy to the original trilogy? The prequel.
Okay, so
Are you a fan of sand?
I will shock some of you, but I think the first one is as good as Return of the Jedi. The second one is
With
bad.
the pod racing?
Yeah, the second one was bad.
Ewoks over Jar Jar any day.
Jar Jar over Ewoks. I don't have nostalgia factor in it. Attack of the Clones, I have nostalgia, but yet I still think it's a bad movie. It's not as bad as what people say, but it's bad. Revenge of the Sith, big fan. I actually like Revenge of the Sith more than A New Hope. It's really my second favorite Star Wars movie, Revenge.
Okay.
A New Hope would be my third place in all of the movies. And let's forget the sequel existed. When I thought
Fair
like Attack of the Clone was bad, wait for The Force Awakens. That was worst. But then
I will say that
The Last Jedi and Rise of Palpatine. Oh my, these two, bro.
the
They
only
broke me.
problem that I found with Attack of the Clones was because it set up the Clone Wars, but the Clone Wars was such a defining moment in the rise of the Empire that it wasn't really talked about, right? It's kind of like the High Republic is to the reason why the prequels happened. But
Yeah.
does that make sense to
Yeah,
people?
that's kind of some deep lore. I think we're only into the movies on this show.
So the idea, that's why I just wanted to see your barometer is. I can understand you didn't grow up on some of the original. Like,
Yeah. Well, actually,
I gotta say, like, episode 1 should be like in my wheelhouse too. Like, I got to see that one in theater. I was really young. Like, it should have been impressionable. I hate that movie, man. It is just so boring. And then the pod racing. I cannot believe you ranked it so high. But I should have nostalgia for that one too.
Yeah. So
I do not.
the one I had the most nostalgia for was Attack of the Clone, because that's the first Star Wars movie I had seen, and the second one I had seen, that was weird, but that was like New Hope, and then Empire, and then Return, and then Revenge. I've seen them like in a very messy order, even more messy than how they came out. And the last one I had seen like in the first 6 episodes was Phantom. Phantom was like the only one I've seen only twice. The other ones I've seen it maybe 2 or 3 times, depending which one. But yeah, the sequel are just awful. They shouldn't exist. Erase them, delete them. Anyhow, I guess we are done with...
Okay, what's worse before you move on? What's worse, the sequels or the Christmas show?
I'd say the
Sequels.
Sequels are worst. Like all of the special are trash, but like
There's such redeeming value. You get the Boba Fett cartoon. You get to meet Chewbacca's
No, the
family.
Christmas special, the
Christmas
legendary
special.
Christmas special.
Like anytime I'd pick the Christmas special. I give a 5 to that one. Cole is shocked.
Wait, I didn't hear what you said. Anytime you would pick the Christmas special over what?
Over
The
bunch of
sequels.
stuff. Yeah, the sequels.
I mean, I don't blame you.
Pick your poison. Pick your poison.
I mean, putting hatred aside, that's objectively wrong because a Christmas special is one of the worst films ever made. But
No, you get to meet Chewbacca's family. It's
Yeah,
so
that is-
amazing.
that is-
You get
that
to
is
see a
the more-
baby Wookiee.
It doesn't destroy like characters like Luke. It doesn't use already used
yeah, it
plot.
just destroys your sanity.
Original song and dance.
Hell yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
You guys are
okay.
too harsh, man. That Christmas special is worth watching. I'm joking. No, it's bad, but it's better than any of these shitty sequels. The sequels are like rock bottom TV, I think.
Okay,
Like
so
it's side by side with like Wakanda Forever. I truly hate Wakanda Forever.
yes, yeah, and you should have kept it in the negatives. That's what I'll say.
You know what? Maybe I will.
You
Minus
should
4.5 for Wakanda Forever.
that, or just give it a 1. There.
What Shuri clones the heart fruit, and then
For like 50 minutes, bro. When we covered Wakanda Forever for 50 minutes, I was complaining about how bad the movie was and how many issues it had. 50 minutes is just me ranting.
It sounds
And
like it's impactful, though.
In the meantime, we had like 5 minutes of Cole saying, "Yeah, that movie was bad. Move on."
Namor didn't bother you. Namor. Mayan Namor didn't bother you.
Bro, remember that scene where the girl had a pistol that had like 40 bullets because she doesn't reload and she shoots like 40 people. Pow, 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 pow. You don't see at any moment her like reloading. It's like she has unlimited bullet in her gun. Hell yeah, that's cool. Unlimited bullet in the gun.
Look, based on that, you wouldn't like Judge Dredd. Because the Judge Dredd lore is the gun has unlimited ammo almost.
But that's the future, and that's another thing. But like Wakanda Forever.
Wakanda's like living in the future, sir.
Well, that's a normal military girl, bro. Like
Unobtainium, though.
she has unlimited ammo in her gun. It's like doesn't make sense. Anyhow, move on to Barry Lyndon. I guess Cole liked it because he suggested Barry Lyndon.
Oh, you guess he liked it. I guess somebody could do that. Cole, I'm assuming you appreciate the masterpiece that is Barry Lyndon.
Well, I don't know if you consider it a masterpiece, but I mean, even if I didn't like it, I mean, it's another Kubrick film. We're going through his films. So.
You didn't like it? Oh,
I'm saying even if I didn't, I would still recommend it because it's another Kubrick film, and we were going through his thing. But yes, I did because it is a masterpiece as well. Again, I said we're covering 5 masterpieces today. Then definitely no outliner.
So Barry Lyndon. Okay, I will. Have you seen it, D Lord?
No.
Okay, so you will hear me roasting the shit out of it, and you will hear like Cole
I will be
and,
honest
you
with
and
you.
Dre
I
defending
will.
it.
I could recommend it. It's one of those things I've never heard of, but I could guarantee I could make you guys suffer because you guys have never seen all of Blackadder.
Probably not.
I've seen most of it, but I love Rowan Atkinson, so yeah.
Yeah.
So Cole, I will let you start on that.
Yeah.
What did
I
you
mean,
think of
I
Barry
don't
Lyndon?
know why you would roast the shit out of it. I mean, I guess because I know why. Because you don't like romances.
And it's 3 freaking hours, bro. I want to blow up my brain.
Well, I'm sorry, but his films are just super long. But this is considered like one of the best romances and period.
Okay,
the whole
Multi,
time.
let's go to modern films. Have you seen Saving Private Ryan?
When I was young, yes, but I can't remember the movie. I remember that he survived and he tried to go back to the country, but that's all I can remember. I've seen it many years ago. That's the thing. I was maybe like 10, 12 years old when I've seen it.
Most modern movies today are like 2.5 hours or 3 hours.
That was the thing.
3 hours, I want to blow up my brain. The only 3-hour
Okay.
movie I liked was like the Batman.
Well, you liked Killers of the Flower Moon, and I was like,
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. That one as well. I
So,
almost forgot it.
I just want to
existed.
say, long movies, if there was like an interlude, right? Because I kind of grew up. One of my favorite films is Gettysburg.
Yeah.
And Gods and Generals.
yeah,
So
Cole, are you good? You familiar with either of those?
yeah, I am.
Cole has seen lots of movies.
Those are like 3-hour films, sometimes more. Because what is it? Gettysburg is like 2 VHSs.
Yeah, trust me, I've seen films that are 20 hours long at festivals.
See, what we're gonna have to make him watch, and
Oh,
I can
no.
guarantee we're gonna have to make him watch leading up to Masters of the Air. We need to watch The Pacific and Band of
why?
Brothers.
Please,
Oh, God.
no, I don't want to suffer.
Yeah,
It's not suffering.
It's
It's
3
HBO.
hours. Okay,
It's not
move on,
3
Cole.
hours, man. It's like 90 hours, but everything that he's
No.
talking about. But
What?
it's good.
Cole, go ahead with Barry Lyndon.
Oh yeah,
I'm
sorry for
gonna
interrupting.
recommend you Gone with the Wind so you suffer.
Oh no.
It's not suffering. By the way, Band of Brothers is what, like 10 episodes?
Yeah,
I thought it was more than that.
Pacific as well.
Really? I remember it being longer, but
miniseries. It's
Huh.
like kind of like Chernobyl, but yeah. But yeah, anyway, this film. So yeah, I thought it was also amazing. Again, I love the characters in this and the dynamics and the writing and the cinematography is just like perfect in this. The way they're able to just capture the visuals and it looks like old Renaissance paintings and just every single like. Again, the thing I love about Kubrick films the most is like every frame almost is like so thought out and planned where it's almost like a painting, and this is no different, especially in this film, even if it's like not my favorite out of Kubrick films, out of his most amazing ones, but it's one where I really admire because of that. Like I don't think I've ever seen like another period piece film where it's able to capture even just like the most subtle movements of every background actor perfectly as they do in like old paintings or drawings or and photos and stuff from back then that they kind of like write down and everything. It's just like so perfectly done there, and the characters and their dynamics again I really enjoyed. Like it's not something I thought I would usually enjoy, especially romance stuff. Again, probably my least favorite type of genre. Like I love old genres as long as it's done well, but it's probably the genre that has like the least amount of like films I really care about. But and it's not like on the surface the story as well isn't something that I'd usually care about, but just the way like the acting and writing and everything is done, it really makes you invest into it. and like what's going to happen with the main character and such. It's just like really well done, and especially like when he gets into the army as well. That whole like thing there was like super well done with each scene as well. Like I don't have too much to say about this, and because I really want to hear what other people think. But yeah, like, I really have like no flaws with how it's made, with like the costume, acting, and everything. I think just for the time period and everything, it does it all so perfectly. And again, I can't say enough good things about the cinematography. It's just like incredible and
Yeah.
well deserved with the Oscar win. Even if Kubrick didn't win any himself, I'm glad that won for that. You know.
It totally deserves it. It was innovative. Do we want to do this like sandwich style? Because apparently, like Multi is gonna try and roast it.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, that's me second. Okay, I will start by saying it's not a bad movie, but it wasn't my cup of tea again, and I did suffer through it because that was 3 hours.
I feel like, yeah, it's understandable. I figured you wouldn't be that much into these Kubrick films, but again, we gotta watch them because they're considered some of the best of all time. I will say though, I think you might enjoy Full Metal Jacket a bit more when we get to it. Although I do think you might think like the characters are. I think you might, that surface level character complaint, I think you might have with it. But outside of that, I think you'll enjoy it a lot more than these.
Looking forward. So
Did you not put the Deer Hunter on that list as well?
We haven't got to it yet. Again, after March, we're definitely going to get to a lot more of these, especially since the beginning of the year after. Like from basically like the start of January to
nothing says New Year like the Deer Hunter. Let's do this.
You need to see. The thing is, I'll say to appreciate Full Metal Jacket, you also have to appreciate something like the Deer Hunter.
Yeah, you do. You know, we'll definitely get to it, but
because that era was defined by Vietnam, so that's why
it was.
Wow.
It was.
Okay, so my first issue was pacing. Runtime could be cut down. Plot convenience. Bumping into two guys having a discussion. I can't remember which I refer to because we have seen a lot of things. Plot convenience again. Bumping into the girl willing to help. Pacing. The French accent was bad. The son didn't sound like a son. More bad French. And that's it for my issues. I still had a few likes. I will admit the action, when there was action, was really cool. It was entertaining when there was action. The lies blowing up in his face were cool. Him bonding with the other girl, and I feel like their romance was very nuanced, and there were a lot of layers in their relationship that I really enjoyed. It has emotion by the end, and Barry downfall was endearing, and him basically showing his true colors and his interaction with the son, even if I wasn't the biggest fan of the son. But yeah, the action again, I liked it. So yeah, I don't have much more to say. Well, the mother was a very cool character. I enjoyed her a lot. And the oldest son basically going after Barry made sense. The gunfight was cool, and the end of it was also cool. Anyhow, I don't have much more to say. I thought that movie was entertaining at best, but way too long for me. So yeah, what did you think of it, Gray?
Yeah, so I got to be honest. The first time I saw it, it wasn't my favorite Kubrick film. I could definitely appreciate it. Like Cole was saying, every frame feels like a painting. But I was kind of more, I don't know, I was definitely paying attention to it, but it didn't like speak to me. So I don't know. I knew it was like a work of art, but I don't know. I didn't get like the true meanings behind it and everything. Even yesterday when we spoke, I happened to watch it last night. This thing is a masterpiece. I think this is my second favorite Kubrick film now. You just get more and more out of every watch of this one. There's just so much going on. Visually, it's just like amazing. So they wanted to film with extremely low light. So the scenes that are just lit by candle. Apparently, he wanted to do this Napoleon film that he wanted to do for like 20 years, but part of that was learning to do this technology where you could film in extremely low light. Um, so it's really weird, but no camera could go down to that low of a light. So he actually went to NASA and they got like these special lenses from NASA that will film in extremely low light. And those scenes where it is just the candelabra next to them, that is lit 100% naturally. They have a couple of reflectors on the ceiling, but everything else is just those candelabras. It's just amazing what they were able to do visually on this. And then they created another apparatus called a joystick, which allowed them to do that seamless zoom, but they still had really horrible monitors to get like the pinpoint focus. And with these special lenses, the actual like depth of focus is very, very narrow. It's almost non-existent. So like it is artwork how they're able to get like the focus pulled exactly where it needs to be for those zooms.
Okay, great. Not to cut you off. You say he had to go do this, but I distinctly remember.
He didn't have to. He chose to.
I remember the idea. Are you guys familiar with the original Dark Shadow series?
Yeah,
No clue
the
what
kind
it
of
is.
vampire soap opera.
That original.
It got remade with Johnny Depp.
They kind of remade. They tried it, but that was done purposely in 60 black and white.
Yeah, this is the opposite. It's done in like the most amazing color.
It's meant to be in low light and other stuff.
Yeah, and that's the thing, like with the film that they're using. So they've done low light with natural lighting before, but never with color. Like this is revolutionary in what he did. And it's the same year as they did Godfather 2. So nobody's expecting like this period piece to be trying this weird feat of technology again. It just doesn't seem like, you know, this major technical advantage would come from, or technological advantage would come from this period piece. But it did, and it's so amazing what they were able to capture, and it visually is just so amazing. Like Cole said, based on this joystick technology, which allowed them to zoom and stop without there being like any sort of jolt, you're able to get these amazing picturesque, like they literally look like an old, like I guess it would be like Revolutionary era painting, but they just look amazing. Visually, this film is just beyond the pale. It is one of his least popular one because of it's really hard to describe in a thumbnail. I would beg either of you guys to come up with like the plot summary in like a thumbnail, like sketch. It's really hard to do with this, but it hits on so many different levels. And like the kind of philosophical question that it's asking is like, you know, does our surroundings shape us essentially? Like, did Barry have any choice in this? And the actual story that it's based off of is even more different. It's called like The Luck of Barry Lyndon. And it leads more into like this negative luck that he has that's following him around. But like he was kind of cursed with his father being, you know, taken out in a duel in the beginning of it. And then, you know, his unfortunate ending with the duel as well. It's very interesting. And like, does he just kind of go with the flow or is he really in control? I don't know. I got so much more out of each character. And I don't see this as like a love story. It seemed like everything was just out of convenience. Like he was kind of forced into whatever with his cousin, like he was led astray with that. But again, he was like kind of led into that. And then I didn't find it like a plot convenience when he, I understood why they would try and make him think that his first duel or whatever ended the way that it did. That to me made sense. It wasn't really a plot convenience. And then I think when you said when he's talking to the two gentlemen, I think there is not a more gentlemanly robber that I've ever heard of. And I think that is just an amazing performance by the thief who takes everything from him, except for his boots. I don't know, just everything about this just like stands out to me and has made me think about it just more and more. I think it's a shame that this doesn't get more recognition. Honestly, it's one of my favorite films of his now. I just didn't see the many layers of it initially, and I think I initially thought it was slow, but I don't know. Watching it again last night, it is just like a masterpiece. I don't think the timing of it is slow. I think it is a 70s flick, but it's not. I don't know. I wouldn't say that it's outdated in any way. I think it's an amazing period piece that did like such amazing visual and philosophical storytelling. I can totally understand why he'd want to adapt to this story. I just have a newfound appreciation for it. I definitely didn't rank it as high yesterday as I would have today.
Very interesting. So, what would be your grade out of 10?
For me, I would go 10 out of 10. This one is awesome. It's my second favorite, but yeah, I don't know if you could go more peak Kubrick than this.
What would be your grade out of 10, Cole?
I'd give it a 10.
And I will sound crazy. I give it a 7, just like 2001. I'd say 2001 maybe slightly better for me. I liked it more. Maybe it's because of the runtime or the story. Maybe both. I don't know. But yeah, 7 out of 10 for me. Another average movie. But now, I'd suggest we move on to The Shining. D-Lord, have you seen The Shining?
Which one?
The Shining, the movie The Shining by
I've seen all
The
of them.
Kubrick one.
yeah.
I've seen all of them. Yes.
Okay. So I will let you start on that one. What did you think of The Shining?
Was a very good film. I mean, it is something I tries to say. Was originally not really a film as much as probably shot for TV than anything else. But it is a good movie. But it follows a book that's rather dark in a way as well, because when you understand what it is, like if you actually have to follow the story, and I mean, yeah, it took many years for him to follow up the story,
Yeah.
but I mean, I'm sure, what is it? You're going to cover the sequel to the book.
I think next week. Am I right on that, Cole? Next week?
Yes. And it wasn't, I will just say as a preview, it wasn't a film that I was that into. Had a lot of issues and stuff that
It's
hold a candle to this, but I don't
it
think.
has the problem of it's trying to follow up a book that
Well, it's trying to cover like 4 different fan bases. That's the problem. So keeping that in mind and just grading it on the film, it isn't bad. It just isn't anything really great to me.
without spoil the idea of like when you understand like what the Shining is and what the hotel is. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a good film because it's one of those films of very defining, but like the idea is that isolation creates madness.
Yeah, I will just say I'm not the biggest fan of Flanagan. I do think he's very hit or miss, but has missed more. I don't understand why people like films like Hush so much. I think they're very just dull.
But have you seen Gerald's Game?
Yes, and that one was that was all right. Again, he has like good ideas, but he doesn't like follow through with them as much as I think.
So if you're talking to Stephen King films that were made, like you follow, it wasn't as like really bad. Like the idea of it is, it's one of those films of, yeah, the father's abusive. Then he gets, is there the question of, is it madness or is it the ghosts actually speaking to him? Kind of thing.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of both, but yeah, it's
The film plays it a little bit different than the book, because the book, The Shining, is actually being gifted with ESP, and the ghosts feed off people. So, you know, what is that? That Bill movie that came out? They wanted to. What, the woman was in the tower that goes mad. Weird.
Wait, what movie are you talking about?
There was a movie released, I think, last year.
About someone going mad in the tower.
She was like she oversees a nature preserve tower, but she starts going slowly insane.
Fall or something. Maybe.
Yeah, what one's that called? Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah,
I don't.
not a good film.
You don't you mean like Fall or something?
I have
Like,
no clue.
Are you talking about the one where it's like they climb up the tower and then they're stuck there? Or...
Oh,
No, not that one.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
I'll look it up. It's kind of like the idea. She goes mad. She
I haven't
Talking
seen the
about like
movie,
the
but
Natalie Portman one, like Annihilation or something.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like, but I didn't. It didn't come out last year. Like I don't know whether Crawdad's saying I don't know.
No, that's the country version. Well, Cole, what was your opinion on The Shining? I got a feeling you might have had a different experience than Multi.
Well, once again, loved
I
it.
actually
as well.
liked it.
Yeah,
But yeah, cool.
Jack Nicholson is just incredible in this, and once again, the visuals and how it's shot, like his direction with each scene and each cut, especially with the kid riding the I forgot what they call it, like tricycles.
The big wheel.
Yeah, it's just like God, and then the cut to like the little girls, like twice, just like incredible. This is shot just like so perfectly, where with so much fear in each scene, and this film did something special that also Texas Chainsaw did, which made like every other kind of like horror film or like thriller depended on darkness, but this, it's like part of its creepy atmosphere and fear is that it's all light, like something is off, it's just like too bright and everything, almost like the hotel is like alive still with something, and I think that was very creative and really well done, and which is also something that I think the Resident Evil 4 game also did a fantastic job with, which then the remake, which is somehow nominated for Game of the Year, fucking butchered, but let's not talk about that. We'll save that for the Game Awards stream on the 7th. But, and by the way, if you want to show up for it, Gray, you can. I think there's like one spot available left. But anyway, yeah, and I really, one crazy, story that a lot of people bring up is they say that Stanley Kubrick, like emotionally and like abused Shelley. Yeah, Shelley Duvall to get that performance out of her, and with being mad at her, where it was actually like having psychological breakdowns, like that wasn't even really like performance from her. And I don't know how true it is, because there are things like that are conflicting with it, but either way, there's I definitely seen the behind the scenes thing. There's definitely a lot of shit with that going on, so but pretty incredible still there, and a lot of iconic scenes. This film though wasn't loved at the time. It was just like 2001. It was polarizing, but over the years became loved. Like I think even the stupid fucking idiot Razzies nominated it for worst director and worst actress.
Wait, what?
Really?
Yeah, the Razzies are a joke. Yeah, they did that year. Yeah, it was their second year of operation, and they did that. Just the Razzies are just as bad as the Oscars, if not worse.
Wow.
But it's really stupid. God, but anyway, really love this film. What about you, Multi?
Okay, so I got 3 side notes. Side note number 1. I had seen parts of it. I believe it was 7 or 8 years ago, because I had cinema classes and the teacher was like, "Oh, I'd recommend The Shining." So I was like, "Oh, the teacher recommended us The Shining, so watch it." I wasn't in the right state of mind when I did.
I'll be honest, when I first saw this, I wasn't either. I saw like moments of it many times, like the first 15 minutes of it many times before I actually saw the full thing, like when I was a kid, because not being in the right state of mind, but also because I was moving around a lot, and it was like the only thing playing on TVs at hotels, but which is pretty ironic, the set-in. I will say before you move on though, there was one last thing I forgot to mention. There's so many like symbolism things throughout the film that is just incredible. It's like one of his most like like when it comes to like messages underneath the surface, like analytical things to like dive into. Like for example, just for one example, this is in the film I think it's canon that this is like built off of like an Indian burial ground, and there's a lot of like symbolism throughout the film with like things in the background and items that like shows it, and is part of like why there's so many ghosts and such.
So that was funny because as I said, I wasn't in the right state of mind when I had first seen it. I watched 30 minutes and I tapped out. I gave up on the movie and I was like, that movie has no that teacher that suggested the movie has no taste. And now coming to that podcast, I had that flashback. I was like, oh my, will it be this bad when I watch? And I misjudged the movie a lot. Side note number 2, Jack Nicholson got typecast into crazy people. That's basically his role right now.
He's amazing at it, though.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's bad. It's just that it's typecasted.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I've had an argument with this on people on Twitter and such. Like, they try to say he's one-dimensional of an actor, not as good as others, which I highly disagree with. It's just they think that because he's typecast in all these like roles where he plays crazy characters. But if you go through his full filmography, he's done many films and by like incredible filmmakers that are actually a lot different, and he nails it. Like, he's not a one-dimensional actor. It's just he was typecast in a lot of those roles. Like, I'm trying to think of this one film that I know that he did that right, I think it was The Passenger. I don't know if you saw that, Gray.
The Passenger. I don't think I'm familiar with that particular one.
Well, you should definitely watch it. Kind of shows it. It was by, I believe, what was the filmmaker? Michael Angelo Antonio. Well, Antonioni, but yeah.
I'll have to check it out. I love Nicholson.
Yeah, it is an old film, 1975, but yeah.
Side note number 3. The movie has a lot open for interpretation since it clearly deals with mental illness stuff. Loneliness breaking people is the thing. And this was part of the charm. I really thought this movie was entertaining because of that. There's like you can say basically that anything supernatural or supernatural is actually his mind playing tricks. But yeah, maybe there's really supernatural things happening and stuff. It's very open to suggestion. It's really cool. I like that's like that movie's strength. So
I mean, I want to say though, because it's not the idea that it was built on an Indian burial ground kind of idea versus the because he did that with Pet Cemetery too. Like,
it was also Poltergeist, but I believe that is canon in this film. That is the case.
Yeah.
But I don't. I'll let him fit.
Are you gonna forget the iconic scene at the end where he appears in the ballroom scene photo?
Not at all.
Not at all. So okay. I got a few issues. So here are my issues. Issue number 1, telling instead of showing the backstory of what happened in the past. That could have been an interesting thing to show instead of just tell us, oh yeah, this happened. More telling instead of showing the story of the kid arm injury. I'm not saying like, oh, we need to torture. No, it's just like show it instead of just telling us and feeding us like the intel. Third thing is telling instead of showing what happened in the nightmare. So that's later on after he slept like basically on the table or something like that. Despite telling the power exists, they didn't explain well enough what are the conditions for the power to exist. Therefore, I think it's lacking in some explanation there. I like when sci-fi have powers and they explain how they are. I like when they set up rules or when they explain, oh, something happened and this is why you got a power. But no, here they just say some people see the future in the past and it's called shining, and that's all they explain. And you're like, how does this work? Why not everyone has the shining or something like that? Or why it's only the kids? Maybe I missed it because that's the only time I had seen the movie to the end, but I don't think there's more explanation on how the power really works. So I will ask to all of you: is there any other explanation, more lore added to the power, or it's just what I said?
So in the book, there's more. In the actual movie, there isn't. But I think that's you bringing your wants to it rather than appreciating what the film is bringing to it. So I've got a rebuttal for all this, but I'll let you finish.
So okay, so because the movie doesn't add more to this, I will actually hold it against the movie. If if I read the book and they solve that issue, that's not an issue for the book, but then that's still an issue for the movie. That's how I picture it. Like there are a few times where I really ask around and see, oh,
I gotta say though, that's a hard standard because that would be like saying like Star Wars doesn't lay out every bit of the hard magic system. Like it's the difference between a hard magic system and a soft magic system, and he's not going for a hard magic system. So I think you're bringing that into this instead of appreciating what's there.
I did hold some of the magic in Star Wars against Star Wars with
But that would be like saying entire like genres. So like
Yeah.
there's a genre of
Yeah.
soft sci-fi or soft magic. Like all of those would be losers because they don't hold up to your standard. Where it's like it'd be different, like saying like every fairy tale is what you expect of fantasy, and if it's not that, like a grimdark one, like say Game of Thrones doesn't live up to your fairy tale standard, that would mean that it's a bad film. I'm just saying, like that seems like a weird standard to me. But sorry if I'm sidetracking.
As I said, I have issues. I don't think it's a bad movie, but I still think there are issues we can point out. Anyhow, these are my issues, but I did like the fact that they're like the kid being maybe possessed by or controlled by the ghost was interesting because here again it's open to interpretation. Maybe that's like one of his imaginary friends that took over, and maybe he has like some mental illness like dissociative personality or something like that. And I think that was interesting. The acting was on point throughout the entire movie. The music was good. The characters in the movie were very likable. The movie really got me hooked this time around, and I really enjoyed every character, the story, the relationship between the mother and the father, like both leads basically, was very interesting, and it had depth there. Like yeah, it's just a very cool movie, and all of the chase made sense. Like even the fight scenes were well made, well handled, and well written. So yeah, really good movie. Highly recommend. There's just so much positive to say. I don't want to take forever to basically tell I liked it. The hallucination, all of it. Like outside of my issues, everything was really good. And even if it's a 2.5 hour movie, time flies. Like I haven't seen my clock at any point because I was hooked with the story, the characters, and the mystery. So yeah, I will let Gray talk next.
Yeah. So this is my favorite Kubrick film. It is just amazing. This could be my favorite horror film. I kind of waffle between a couple of them, but I just can't say enough good about this film. I've also read the book and the subsequent sequel. It's completely different. So in that Stephen King does do a hard magic system. You do have to kind of read The Dark Tower to fully grasp what The Shining is, but he does explain everything. So that is kind of the difference between a hard magic system and a soft magic system. What Kubrick is going for here is a little bit different, and his whole point, and I think you would get this from like further viewings, but it's not really about the magic system. It's kind of more about the ambiguity. Like, is this actually happening? Are there ghosts? Is this like a way of coping? Is this more dissociation? It's just really interesting. There's a lot of different interpretations. I've also heard the one that Cole was talking about with, there's a lot of placement of like Native American heads, particular products that they had made to all look in a particular direction. And then there's just random continuity errors that he puts in there intentionally. It's really interesting, and there's so many layers to this.
And I'll be honest, I don't know if it's actually like canon. I just know that it's something that he intentionally did just to add like more layers to it.
And then there are other interpretations of it that it's all about abuse, and then there's other ones that it's all about addiction with the whole alcoholism thing. There's just so many different ways, that ambiguity that he lays into it, and then the certain clues that he gives you. Like he clearly shows the outside of the building where Jack is being interviewed in the beginning, and you can clearly see that there's no way that there would be a window there, and like immediately in that interview there's a window. They're intentional things. Like, he had to actually build that. He shows the exterior of the place. You don't see a hedge maze, but magically there's this hedge maze. And there's certain changes from the book that I think do make it more ambiguous completely. And it's kind of interesting. I really appreciate it, and I've gotten to appreciate it more and more every time I watch it. Visually, there's so many things that he does, and there's so many other films and TV shows that all borrow from this. That pattern in the carpet is just like iconic, but the way that he zooms in, the way that just like Cole was talking about, the big wheel down the hall to meeting those twins. Like, I can't tell you how many times I've seen that parodied or attempted to be an homage to. It's just so groundbreaking. And then when you get to like the elevator with the blood coming out of it, a lot of this is kind of up to your interpretation, whether these actually happen.
You're skipping over the cook.
Oh, for sure. And the names are, I love Scatman Crothers. How could I skip over Scatman? But there's so many like different interpretations of this, and they're all valid. I just love what he actually put on screen. I love the ambiguity of it, and that you can get so many different messages from it. I don't know which one is correct, but I don't know. There's just so many layers to this. Like, the way that he intentionally moves chairs around in the background from scene to scene, from actually like from changing which way the camera's facing. All of a sudden it's back and there's continuity errors, but they have to be intentional. It is just amazing. And then there's so many different theories on it. The whole, there's an entire documentary on like essentially the moon fake landing part that he was just attempting to apologize for that and draw attention to it through weird possible homages to it. I don't know. I'm not sure about any of that, but the fact that you can read so much into this, there's just so many layers to it. I fully recommend watching it again when you get a chance, Multi. There's just so much more you get out of like a rewatch, but nothing that Kubrick does is uplifting. Nothing is going to make you happy that like, you exist or anything like that. It shows you more of that darker side of existence. Like, they're amazing films, but if you're in a dark place, probably don't watch a Kubrick film. You kind of have to be in a good headspace to see it, because there's always some bad stuff going on in every one of his flicks. He's kind of like the opposite of one of those, I don't know. I'm trying to think who would be like uplifting, like maybe like a Terrence Malick or something. It's completely opposite of something like that.
What
but they're beautiful, and they.
Clockwork Orange was really uplifting. That
the final line, yeah, he's cured.
Sure, he's cured.
Come on, what was the worst part of A Clockwork Orange? Beating the woman to death with a dildo chair.
Wow.
Maybe I'd say the depiction of that, perhaps the.
I'll be very honest.
you know.
There is some imagery in that's really funny, by the way, or the way he tortures everyone around him.
But yeah, as I said, despite my issues, I like that movie. And you're right, like Stanley Kubrick is not really uplifting, but I'm fine with it. I like darker stuff. Like my favorite shows are dark. I like darkness. So The Shining was really a good movie. I liked it.
And he just made a whole bunch of changes that were for the better. I think they look so much better on film. I don't know if I'm sure Tiamat's seen the remake in the '90s with the dude from Wings. I think Stephen Weber played it instead of Jack
was
Nicholson.
fucking horrendous.
So it was a lot closer to the book, and it wasn't better. What he did here is artful. So again, instead of a hedge maze, it's topiary. So it's like, bush animals are coming after the kid. It makes it a lot more apparent that it is a magic system and there are things going on. I absolutely love Kubrick's take on this, and I love that book, but they are two separate things.
And just that that 90s film is just, it's the equivalent.
It was a made-for-TV series.
Oh, well, yes. I mean, I'm still calling it a film, just, like I would call It one, but yeah, it's like the equivalent of the Resident Evil 4 remake, where it's like now the hotel's all attempting to be spooky and dark, and it's like it misses the entire point of why the Kubrick one works so well.
And I'd say, like, in a lot of horror movie, I hate it when characters do stupid shit. But in this movie, it actually made sense what was going on, and it was well written. The story and well thought of. But that's this movie biggest strength, I think, is really the writing. That's why I got so hooked.
For sure. And his attention to detail, like just the script that Jack's been working on. Like, they didn't have Xeroxes back then. Somebody had to hand type every one of those pages. Like, oh god, that would suck so bad. But there's an entire novel, and each page is written out differently.
He thought he could finish his novel at the lodge.
Yeah. No, it's just amazing, but like just the little details that I love it.
Yeah. I think we talked in length, except if guys would like to add more to The Shining. I think it's the right time to give our score for this movie.
10.
Oh,
10.
Interesting.
This is Pete
crazy.
Kubrick for me. I could not say anything could beat it. Some come close, but 10.
So far, I think it's my favorite Kubrick. I gave 8.5 out of 10 to that one. I really liked it. Strong movie. Highly recommend. I will rewatch eventually in the future, but there's so much things I need to watch before.
Totally get it, but you will get more out of a rewatch. Like, it is just awesome. You'll notice weird things.
Yeah,
it's as we said, we watched 5 masterpieces today.
Like, I won't say that one is a masterpiece, but that's I can see why people are thinking that, and I can see the appeal of it. And thank you for recommending that, Cole. That was a great idea. I think that's my favorite old movies in a long time.
Yeah, well, I mean, apologies that you don't like the other Kubrick films much.
Not your fault, bro. You just recommend and we watch, and even if I'm trying
to recommend like the highest rated ones of all time, so we can get those out of the way because those are considered classics. But
yeah, very understandable. So right now, the next topic will be Invincible Season 2, Episode 3. I will send a message to kdot to see if he will join.
Yeah, so this one didn't have a post-credit scene after the episode. That was... the others did, but not this one. But yeah, I mean, really love this one as well. Again, I just like kind of Season 1 and Season 2. I don't really think there's ever been an Invincible episode where I thought was like super weak compared to the others. I've kind of enjoyed all of them a lot, and this is just another one. And yeah, I forgot the guy's name. The guy who's pretending to be human. Like, he's just so hilarious.
Oh yeah, the alien.
I love his character. But yeah, and I like how it covered so many different characters in this episode as well. But as all the episodes do. But but did a great job with that, and it left a lot of like teases, like I wonder if if he actually killed that Alan is his name. I wonder if he actually killed him or if he's like doing something else. I wonder, but
Only time will tell. Well, I mean, it's an incubator.
I don't want to spoil it, but depends on how far he gets with the show. You'll see people make sense. Like Invincible is it has already a preset system, so you know where some of them are going. Like, remember, Adam Eve has an entire story. Alan the Alien has an entire story as well.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean?
Is there anything else? Let's. Yeah, no. Again, for some reason, with these Invincible episodes, like I don't have too much to go into, like in detail. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. And the ending was also just like fucking huge shocker. Goddamn. So it's like I knew that I knew that it would probably be some like God, for some reason I keep forgetting the name of like what they call him, the what do they call him again? Gray, like the species, the
Viltrumites?
Yeah, Viltrumites. Yeah, like I knew like after he basically admitted he kind of lied there, that it would probably be some like leader who walks out that's not them, and that it was like for some other reason they brought him there, and I thought it would be like a Viltrumite or whatever, but I didn't expect it to actually be it be Omni-Man, so that was a huge shock.
So yeah. To set the stage. Viltrumites are sent to a planet they have like one kid or something, and then their goal is, without giving away the plot of it, is they go there and so I don't want to give people spoilers if they don't know. They are like evil Supermen. Does that give you an idea?
For sure.
Their goal is to infiltrate society, take over the planet, so they can send their resources back.
Yeah. So after we talked last time, I wanted to see if there was something I was really missing in episode 2, because you guys were both ranking it like a 10 out of 10. And I don't know, for me, like it seemed like there was a lot of setup in it, but it wasn't like a lot of payoff. So I watched it again. I liked it a lot more than I did. And again, I'd watched it like moments before we did the podcast last week. So perhaps it just kind of hadn't sunken in. But still, I guess I was just hoping for like more to actually happen. Like there's just a lot that it set up. This episode, I think so much happened. Like I'm going to remember a lot of stuff that happened from this in the, next season. Like when I look back to season 1, there's only certain things that I'm going to remember. I'm totally going to remember this Alan storyline. I really liked the character. I thought I understood where it was going with it. I just thought it was, really well done. And then I love where they went with it. I did not expect the sabotage that happened there to happen with Alan. And then just, as brave as he was when those 3 Viltrumites were demanding the information on Mark. But yeah, I just could not see the sabotage that was going to happen after that. I thought perhaps the double agent was the reason why he got into the fight with them. But yeah, I did not realize who it would be. And then the actual end on this, I thought Mark in college, that wasn't bad. I enjoyed that a lot. I'm sure Multi has something to say because they had bedroom fun, but I don't know. I dug it. I like the trope of, like you've got to hang the sock on the doorknob or whatever, and the kid just forgot. I thought that was hilarious.
Are you gonna
I enjoyed
Are you gonna
that.
overlook that they changed the girlfriend, the original girlfriend, into an insufferable cow?
I don't mind her. I think I've known people like her. It makes sense. I've known people who think they're very virtuous, who do like, they are the people who would, go for a political, I think it was comptroller thing. I don't know. I don't find her as annoying as a lot of people are saying. I'm not familiar with the comics, so it doesn't seem like a huge change to me. But I understand people are upset with it, but I don't know. I'm okay with it. But I really like this episode compared to the last one. A lot of this is going to stick with me.
This is very interesting, and you're funny. You pointed that one out. Oh, he doesn't like bedroom fun, so he will hate that episode. Actually, not. Like I will add more to what I already said. Bedroom fun is fine in itself. It's more like how much space it takes. Like the Gen V episode where I hated the shit, it's because it felt like it stripped away from what really mattered and interested me. In this current case with Invincible, it was minor. It was like one scene. It was like okay, let's say like two scenes because they also had these alien in space, but these scenes were really like blink and you miss it, blink you forget it happened. Like it's not an issue for me because it didn't like broke the episode. Like, oh, because we get like 2 or 3 scenes with them that last for like 2-3 minutes. No, it's like 20 seconds, boom, something else, the story moves on. Like 20 second, boom, the story goes on. And the episode is like an hour, or like I should say 15 minutes. So if it's like less than a minute both of your scene for 15 minutes, it's not that bad. It doesn't like slow down the episode by any means. It's just an element of it, and I'm fine with that. Anyhow, I like that episode a lot. I'd say this episode is maybe slightly better than last week or on par. Um, I really enjoyed it. The mother and son scene was great. I thought the humor was on point. The space story was cool. Alan being the focus was interesting.
And then forget
Uh,
about the mother's her own storyline where she's going to therapy or going to a group, and then the disappointment that happens there. All that was powerful to me.
yeah. Like that kind of drama, usually I don't care much, but here I cared because I think the character was interesting. I like the mother character. She feels like a true mother that was broken by her ex for valid reasons. Um, Alan getting ripped apart was sad. Uh, the chief being the mole was entertaining. Funny. The girl is hilarious. The mother, the girl, and the guy. The restaurant, funny. The action sequence. There was a lot of action there. I really like that aspect of this episode. Um, Invincible departure was endearing. The bee crying outside, emotional bar scene, the ending. I think they nailed that because Mark doesn't lie to his family and friends, and lies really piss me off in shows and movie. But I'm glad in this show there's like no lies whatsoever. So this episode also has a payoff of what happened in last week when I think that was the mother or the girlfriend. I can't remember which character, but someone told Mark, "Look, sometimes it's fine to do stuff for the good guys, but other times you need to do stuff for yourself." And here you get to choose. Like his boss is saying, "Don't do that," and he's doing it for himself. And this is amazing, and this is really cool. And the fact that they are liars and he trusts them, it's endearing because he's still naive at some extent. He's still new to that entire hero job. That episode is just really cool. I I will never praise enough that episode. That episode is probably my favorite episode in the entire show. Um, I don't have much more to say. Sometimes it's like that. I don't have much more to say. So I think I will give this episode a 10 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
Yeah, probably like again another 9.5 to 10.
And D Lord, have you seen it?
I do believe he has. He's very up to date on it.
Okay.
But while we're waiting for him, I'll go ahead and go. I really like this episode. I think I'm definitely going to remember all the Alan stuff. To me, it's like a 9. It's not perfect, but it's damn near it. I really like this episode. So
Yeah.
I'll say
D Lord, what's okay?
I'll say it's probably at least for this. I have to say it's probably a 9. Because, I mean, the series I still have issues with, but it's. I don't like some of the adapting, but this episode was good, so at least I have to go 9 for this one.
Okay. So, now what's left are the TV shows. So both of you are still invited to stay if you want, but if you need to leave, it's very understandable.
all right. Unfortunately, I don't think I've seen any of those, but
I don't wanna-
it's always a pleasure
It's
talking
been
to
a
you guys.
pleasure, yes. I haven't seen some of them. It's like certain ones, right? You cover. I'm just like, I've seen some of them, but it's like Powers. I kind of remember Agents of Shield. Like that's too far. Like that's like when you look at like. So I'm one of those people. It's like if I dropped out of watching certain TV, like if it's good, I'll check it. Like Black Mirror, I kind of know the premise of it. It's kind of like a combination of Twilight Zone and Outer Limits.
Some of them are really good.
Yeah, it's Agents of Shield is that, but I don't remember enough of it. Like I see it enough, but I'm just like, move along.
That's fine. That's
All right,
understandable.
guys. Hope you have
I'll-
a good rest of your evening. I will go ahead and dip out and look forward to talking to you guys soon.
Yeah,
Yes.
see you tomorrow. Have a great day, Gray, and we will talk to you later.
You will probably see me tomorrow.
That's great. That's good
Yeah.
news.
I
Take care,
enjoy
Gray.
the psychological stuff more than I do certain. Because as I said, consuming bad media, I stopped doing it. Because just to give you a heads up, there was a period, like if I couldn't watch it online, like or watch it like through certain stuff, like I would watch shows weekly and then I just stop when I lose interest. Like I do recommend at some point you need to see the TV show Power.
Yeah. We have seen season 1 this week, and that
Power.
was something.
Power.
Just Power? Just Power?
You're not
I've-
familiar with it.
No, I've seen Powers.
Okay. Like, Power is an interesting show. You look it up. I don't like the ending, but
Okay. I started it. I didn't finish it.
oh, it gets worse. There's a thing in the ending that it catches really bad. So, Cole, you know about the show.
To a certain extent, yes, not too
I
well.
don't like Ghost. I'm hoping Force is good. Okay. She ends it. If you guys get to that point, you'll know why. I don't. Some people stopped liking Power, but Power is pretty good till a certain point.
Yeah.
I will catch you later, though.
Have a great day, D-Lord.
Yes, I'll see you tomorrow.
So I gotta say, Agents of Shield, bro. Sadly, I don't know if it's a bad or a good thing, but
So we're starting with Agents of Shield. Okay.
yeah. So I didn't have time to rewatch the entire season, but I did have time to watch most of it. I've seen 15
Yeah,
episodes.
so this is where the MCU really takes effect with the show. They
Yeah.
had to make so many changes, even more than the other seasons, because of it, and it completely butchered the entire thing. I think the acting is far worse in this one, and the characters, the writing, nothing in this makes any sense. I found nothing making any sense at all. The direction and everything, and the production design, the stunt work, the action, you can tell that they've been given way lower resources than they should compared to the beginning seasons. Now that the MCU kind of pulled the plug on it being canon, and you can probably notice that throughout the rest of the show until it ends.
Yeah. Well, actually, season 7 was decent. It still had issues, but it's nowhere near as good as the first 3
Yeah,
seasons.
from what I remember, it isn't like terrible, but I still don't like it at all.
Season 6 is terrible, though. This is like rock bottom of the TV show.
Yeah.
Season 6.
Yeah, this. I'll be honest. I don't know how I made it through all 22 episodes. That was incredible. But yeah, I wish I didn't, because I don't really. I'm trying to erase this shit from my mind already from after seeing it. I hate it so fucking much. What I will say is, I did like Radcliffe in it, and that's what I'll say.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I actually liked Radcliffe in it. That was one of my few things that you might have not, but
I
I
hated Redcliffe so much.
again, well, look, the character maybe, but at least the performance, I thought.
Yeah,
was
I will admit. Yeah, that
Yes,
one was good.
and it's like, sure, the character maybe not. However, all the characters and the rest of the actors kind of suck in this season. So at least his performance being good is a highlight, especially with the it was on the beach, some scene with him. I really liked that one. It was like this how the world ends. I believe something involved in that, but I really like that. Part of it. Is there anything else that I really want to say? I don't know. Let me try to think. Well, I mean, yeah. Again, this is part of the writing, but obviously the interactions and the connectivity is just horrible, and it's because of their changes. But oh yeah, right. That was another thing. There were so many continuity issues with this season that, God, I was starting to facepalm. I usually don't care about those things, but there were so many of them where I did, and yeah, that's probably about it. I don't really care about the rest of it. Did you like the introduction of that one character though? The one I'm talking about. Did you like his introduction?
Ghost
though?
Rider. He
Yeah,
was amazing. So I will say this. Last year, when I had seen the TV show for the first time, I was hyped. I was like, hell yeah, this season will be better than 3. And then episode 9 happened. The moment Ghost Rider leaves is the moment everything falls apart. It's when Radcliffe is revealed to be double agent, a villain. He is a villain because we need a mad scientist as a villain. I like the actor. I think the actor did amazing, but he was giving shit material. I truly hate this villain. He is hands down the worst villain because he's the most stupid one. Like, I hate the fact that they made him a villain. He could have been an interesting ally to keep around. But no, we need a villain, a mad scientist. That's what we need. The Watchdog themselves, they are fine because they were there in season 3, but they are nothing impressive or groundbreaking. I feel like every villain outside of Grant Ward was really weak in this show. And the same goes for season 5 and other season. Like, Grant Ward is hands down the best villain the show had, and it doesn't get any better. Um, and what makes it so sad is now he's gone. Anyhow, Ghost Rider. So the first 8 episodes were really, really good. And then Ada, the LMD, all of that shit, throw it in the garbage bin. Who thought it was a dang good idea? The story of the back half is so contrived, filled of plot hole, filled of stupid shit happening because the plot needs these character to do stuff, even if it doesn't make sense. And this makes me so angry. And at no point they show you that Radcliffe had these bots, these robots, these LMDs. They just happen to exist because the plot wants him there. Okay, whatever. If you want to control Shield, why don't you just capture everyone and just keep these LMD controlling the Shield station? Whatever. I got so angry. Um, the sister, the senator, she came across early in the season as a decent villain, but the more episodes she got, the worse she became. And her peak was like when she ended her own brother's life. And then after that, each time she appeared on screen, I was like, that character is shit. I hate that character so much. The villain this season are just piss poor. I don't know what they were thinking. And this season got worse on that rewatch. Because I remember giving it a lot of freedom last year when I had seen season 4. And I'm sure now if I had seen it to the end, that season would have gotten much worse. Because now, based on what I remember, episode 16 is probably the best episode the season had. And maybe we had another one that was kind of decent, where it was centered around Coulson and May later in that season, like around 2021, just before they leave that framework. The framework storyline is horrendous. I truly hate this shit. Feels like a really bad attempt at making like the Matrix. It's like what they were thinking. What? Whatever. These Russian, they are generic watchdog. Like there's no layer to them. They're just bad guys because we need bad guys. We need like these bigot to be the villains. It's sad. The downfall of this show is raw. It's rough. So yeah, I really like the first 8 episodes. Again, we got really strong episodes, but this is interesting because outside of episode 16, unfortunately, I didn't have time to rewatch 16, so maybe I would have more issue than last year. But outside of episode 16, there's no episode that really stand out, and the main reason why 16 stand out is the sacrifice of the new director. Speaking of the new director, at first he was generic, but that character improved a lot throughout the season. I liked the new director a lot more when he was deleted, basically.
I really didn't at all. Still,
but yeah, I feel like when they stripped away his powers, that was a very interesting story arc because now he's like, what am I in that scheme? What am I in the Shield agency if I cannot like be the leader anymore? Can I be a good agent? I don't know. And in the first half, I will be honest, both time I've seen that part, the only thing that really rubbed me off the wrong way is seeing someone else in Coulson in charge. And I know Coulson at no point is depicted as a perfect leader or anything, but it just feels wrong that someone else would lead his agency, his thing. So when he got back to power, like around episode 9 or 10, like after Patriot, I believe, I was like, oh, finally it got back to to something good. And I will be honest, I see it as they wanted to change the team dynamic, the characters dynamic. They wanted to make something different and interesting. They wanted to bring a new life to the show, and this is what they did, but it still rubbed me off the wrong way. Even if I understand what you were doing and what you were seeking for, the execution may be not on point. And I get it. They wanted to give Coulson consequence for what he did by the end of season 3, and I can't remember exactly what, because it's been a year. I know he messed up somewhere in season 3. How he dealt with thing that brought issues to Talbot, but I can't remember the exact details. So I get it. In season 4, they wanted to punish you, to give some consequence to Coulson. I get it. I get all of that. But it still feels weird that someone else is giving the control. It feels like a downgrade. He's no longer the big Coulson we know. He's just an agent now. At least there are some points where the new director is like, oh yeah, you're my top advisor because I know you've been around for a long time, but it still rubbed me off the wrong way, you know? So the new director is very interesting. At first, I wasn't the biggest fan of him. And when he got to sacrifice himself to save people, that was wonderful. That was the best way to let that character go. And that reminded you that this show, some characters do die. So that season had a great start, a weak middle, and some parts were decent. As I said, episode 16, because of the director's sacrifice. That's what one of these episodes I really enjoyed. But only rewatch, I don't know, maybe I would have more issues here and there. It's just, we got so many stupid shit going on, like, oh, we got Robot May. Let's, instead of dismantling her, instead of destroying and tearing her apart, let's keep her around because we are smart at S.H.I.E.L.D. And then she is revived and whatever. That was stupid. Stupid. Or, oh yeah, Ida Ed. Look at Ida Ed. Yeah, we will keep that around. Why? Or we got Leak, we got double agents everywhere. Oh, it broke my brain. This season was weak. And I will add more. Season 1, 2, and 3. 3 less than 2 and 1, because 3 was the darkest season the show had. But season 1 and 2 had a lot of humor in it. And most of the humor landed. Maybe 1 or 2 try at being funny failed. But season 4, I don't know what happened to the humor, but it has become bad. Like, it feels like they play the same jokes again and again and again. Or they don't know what's funny anymore. They try to be clever and funny, but it's just not. It just doesn't land anymore. Season 4 also has that growing issue that will become everywhere in season 5 and 6. These pep talking always. We always had pep talks in season 1, 2, and 3, right? But they were justified. They were well written. They were really good. But here, they start getting weaker. They start just eating up screen time for the sake of it. So, like, it just feels like a much weaker version of the show, what it was before. And I like Ghost Rider. What did you think of Ghost Rider? I praise Ghost Rider a lot. What did you think of Ghost Rider?
God, I mean, out of all the characters, that's the only one I liked. I didn't really like the performance, I'll be honest. It wasn't bad, it was okay. I mean, Definitely better than Nicolas Cage as Ghost Rider, that's for sure. Although I do find the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider films to be kind of like a guilty pleasure, but whatever.
What did you think of Daisy this season?
A
Sky.
lot of people praised Daisy. I didn't care, honestly, for the character.
Okay, that's very interesting. So I will add one positive. Daisy this season was great. I really liked her, and I'm glad they well used Lincoln Debt in season 3 to place Daisy back to where the state she was and the way she was in season 1, where she hates the team and she flies solo and she is no longer with the team. Like in season 1, like she was on the team because she has her own agenda, and like it's really in season 2 that she fully embraced it, being a shield agent and stuff. But here in season 4 we got like it's not character assassination because these things that happened to her changed her into something else, and she kind of reverted back to what she was in season 1. And the fact that she slowly came back to the light, if we can call it that way, that was interesting. I really like Daisy. She is my favorite character in this show. um I feel like May was also left behind for the sake of that stupid LMD I truly ate. All of these LMD, awful idea. I don't know what they were thinking. um so yeah, Daisy, I liked her character a lot, and it's very interesting how they are like subtext or like things up to interpretation where you can see mental illness being like something, guilt being a thing, especially in the first 8 episode, guilt and like mental illness, because um people need you even if you don't need them. um, and that's a message that was well written when Coulson said, "Maybe you don't need Shield, maybe you don't need us, but we need you because we care about you." And well, that was because a mission was important, but you know where I'm getting at, right?
Yeah, I do.
So really, like these first 8 episodes are, I won't say peak of the show. I think season 3 did much better stuff than season 2. Like I'd say like this first half would be better than season 1 first half, but maybe not as good as season 3. Well, not maybe, not as good. um so what would be your top 3 episode and your bottom 3 episodes? Cole,
Oh, sorry. What's that?
what would be your top 3 and your worst 3 episodes?
Well, I didn't write anything down, but I'll try to I'll search it up, the IMDb, and go through the episodes. Just go off of that from my memory. Yeah, okay. Favorites would probably be, I mean, definitely episode 15, and I think that's everybody's favorite. Uh, and then I'll say episode 7, and then episode.
Maybe IMDb says 15 is the highest rated, right?
Yeah, anyway, I'll go
This I don't get
episode.
it, but
Yeah,
okay.
well, I mean, I think it is top 3 just because the
Yeah,
rest of the season I don't like very much, but
yeah.
I'll go episode 3, episode 7, and episode 15. And then my worst 3 would probably be episode. I don't know why the second half is loved so much, but episode uh, 13, episode 9, and episode 14.
Okay, very interesting. Um, so what do you think is my top three and worst three?
Uh, let's see. I'll go with episode for top three. Episode. Yeah, I'll say episode 7, episode 6. Well, actually, hold on. Let me think again. Actually, okay. I'll actually go episode 4, episode 6, and then episode uh 10 for your top three, and then worst three. I'll go episode. Shit. I'll go episode 17, episode 13, and episode 5.
You can take out 17 because I didn't add time to reach 17.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll go episode. Uh, 11.
Okay, so it's the reveal time. So I will say that I was disappointed I didn't add time to rewatch 16 because I remember 16. If that's the one where the new director dies, that was one of my favorites in the previous watch. So I was kind of disappointed I didn't add time. So based on that, I'd say 16 maybe remain on top. But based on what I've seen, what I had time to rewatch, 7 was my favorite, followed by 6, and followed by 3, with an honorable mention to 14, which was a standout episode for the back half. I was like, man, that episode was really cool. I don't like the fact that they swapped Coulson and the others with L&D, but the episode was action packed, and it had really great character moment where you get to see Coulson. He doesn't care about that villain because he's just a generic villain. But then Daisy is like, "Oh yeah, I ate you because you ate Inhuman." That was like a great contrast. I really liked. So that's why it doesn't make the cut as high as the other three because the other three are just like it's the first half and the first half is just superior in all ways. And there's something I find very interesting this time around because this show still has a bunch of 10 out of 10 episodes for me. Like all of the S plus for me are 10 out of 10s. And as we do these rewatch of shows, that's the show that has the most 10 out of 10s. It's just a show I think is consistent on being really strong and really good, but the season themselves are a bit weak here. So my bottom three are episode 10 because I had so many issues with it. I was bashing my head on my bed. The same goes for 12 and 11. And 12 and 11 are really, these two episodes really told you that the humor isn't the same. The story beats aren't the same. Like, it's very contrived. There's a lot of plot convenience. There's a lot of stupid shit going on for the sake of plot. On top of that, the villains are really shit. So yeah, season 4 is really a step down. And 15, when we talked last week, I thought 15 was the one where the new director dies, but that's actually 16. So that's why when I was rewatching Self Control, I was like, oh, that's actually not the episode where he dies. Okay, that episode is actually really bad. A lot of contrived plots. The writing is just not on point. It's just not the same, you know. The show has gotten worse with that season, like a lot worse. Anyhow, it's the time for the grading because I don't know if we have more to say about that. What would be your grade out of 10?
For Agents of Shield season 4, I'll probably give it a 3.
Okay. Three. Oh, that's interesting. So I'd say um it's hard for me to really give proper grade because I didn't have time to really watch the end, but I don't think it'd get any better based on what I remember. So I'll give an average. I'd say it's between a 5 out of 10 and a 7. It cannot be higher than 7 because I still have seen half of the back half, and that half was really bad. And maybe it can get worse if I get to rewatch these other episodes because I know episode 16 is the only one I liked, and maybe the other one I would like is the other one where May and Coulson are the focus, like around episode 20 or 21, or when Mac is basically having that struggle. He wants to stay, but he's kind of forced to not stay. So, yeah, that season is a dud. It's not a great season. This, like last year I gave this season a 7, but I think I was generous because right now I've rewatched it, and if they are lucky it would be a 7 on a full rewatch, but that's if they are lucky because I think it sits more on a 5 or a 6. That season is clearly a step down. First half amazing, back half bad. I don't get why people would praise this back half. It's bad. Like there's not much growth there. The characters are not as good. Um, Season 5 will be worst. I'm worried. I hope I will have time to rewatch the end that one. We will see. I don't think we got that many 3-hour movies, so maybe I will be able to make it through. Anyhow, next topic. Cloak and Dagger. That was something, right? And it's funny because Cloak
Mhm.
and Dagger is part of the Agents of Shield universe because they do mention what happened in Cloak and Dagger in Agents of Shield fourth season. Uh, does it make the show better or worse? Not really. I still don't care
Yeah,
about it.
yeah. I mean, yeah, they took a great concept and butchered it to hell.
The same goes for Powers. That's the trend.
Yeah, I don't know what to. I can see why it's forgotten, but yeah, I mean, it's God. There's the
His children.
screenplay. I want to know who wrote this screenplay. Do you know?
No, I have no clue.
They must have like some ties with the mafia or some shit to get this like greenlit, whatever screenplay they wrote for this, because this is very special. In all the wrong ways. It's uh I mean, there's only a really like one thing going for this show mainly. Do you want to guess what that is?
It ends at some point.
Jesus fuck.
It has only 10 episodes. I got it right. That's the thing. Only 10 episodes.
Yeah, well, it's some of the acting I actually thought was kind of decent. Unfortunately, again, the writers butcher it, and also they bring a lot of or a lot of people say that, before watching it, that they bring a lot of unnecessary social issues as the main plot, like drive of the plot. And yeah, they were kind of right. And I hate the pacing of this. It's now we watched a bunch of slow, long movies this week, but they were in a good way to me. This is just in a bad way. It's slow for no reason, and it's nothing's going on. I hate it to hell. Uh, I mean, what else? What else with this amazing show? I mean, uh yeah, the visuals suck. The lighting sucks. Yeah, that's a given though. Um, Costume design, it feels like they weren't even like actual costumes. It feels like it was just regular clothing they already had at their homes, each actor, and then they put some duct tape around it as design. And that's done. Yeah, and who was the showrunner for this? Actually, I want to check.
I did research
showrunner.
it, but I forgot.
Joe Cassi. Okay. What has he done? Let's see. Let's see. Let's see what else he's done. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, he's done the later portion of Heroes, so that makes sense. Damn. The show that started out fantastic with like the first season, and then right after, like it's just started going more and more downhill, and then it was just utter dog shit. So yeah, that makes total sense. Oh, he also, wow, I don't know what season this is, but apparently he was a producer for Daredevil. Okay, the
Season
12
3.
episode. Well, it was in 2015. I don't know what season that would be, but
Oh, season 1. What the? Wait, what?
well,
2015 was
to be
season
fair,
1.
he was just a producer. I don't think he was hands-on with it, but
What? What's going on? That's a
I don't know.
fluke.
Yeah, I don't know. As for like writing, oh yeah, he also wrote Daredevil. Wow, he only wrote 2 episodes, so
Which
whatever.
episodes?
Let's see. He wrote season 1, episode 4, In the Blood, and season 1, episode 6, Condemned.
What? These are some of my favorite. What happened?
I don't know.
What happened? How is it possible? Oh no, I don't believe this shit. No,
Yeah.
I don't believe this shit, bro. How can you make Condemn and 4 and then make this show?
Yeah.
Ow.
Well, I don't know, but I mean they definitely they didn't spend any money on like visuals for this or special effects, that's for sure. They also definitely didn't spend any money on locations. It looks like they got like the shittiest looking locations ever for this show. It's like they couldn't spend the money to get Okay, I'll be a little generous at points with some of the lighting. I will say there are some scenes like indoors in like buildings that are actually really well lit and feel more natural, and it actually are shot well, but those are few and far between. And there's also other moments where it's like it has like this ugly digital like yellow or blue lighting thing. It's like digitally done. I don't get it, but yeah, I mean, again, the actors, despite being like no names, they weren't awful given the circumstances and the write-in. I actually think they were like the better redeeming part of it, but there was nothing that can really be done with this script. So, rep. Anyway, what did you think of this?
Roasting time. Roasting time. Plot armor on character. Like, oh, let's shoot you on the back instead of your head. Humor doesn't always work, and they try really hard to be funny. Not enough is explained. A lot of things just happen because the plot wants it. Hell yeah, that's how we do storytelling now. Dialogue wasn't always great. Story was contrived. Weak villains. Weak second lead, the guy that teleports. So I thought the girl was amazing. She was really interesting. She had layers. She had growth. She changed. She was a good character, but then you got the other lead that's just chilling. Oh,
Yeah.
I can teleport.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it was bad though. I just think he was given nothing.
Yeah, like, okay, his growth is okay. I got closure, but that's the only growth
It
he
kind of
got.
reminds me of like fucking, I already forgot the character's name because he's so forgettable in the DC universe. The one that bitch ass Ray Fisher plays. What's his name? Oh, they got some good time and I summoned him.
I kdot. So right now we are talking about Cloak and Dagger. Have you seen Cloak and Dagger?
I seen some of it.
That's
like
bad. You
very
don't
little, but I barely remember it.
Yeah, you want to talk about how bad it was when you saw it?
Honestly, I can't really say if I liked it or disliked it because I fully didn't watch enough of it to go like, all right, I want to fully get engaged with the show. I think I watched a couple of the episodes, like the first 3, and just kind of moved on. Seen how it ended, and that's about it. It was the same thing with the Runaways. I was like, I really don't want to watch either of these. I gave them a chance, but then I gave up on them so quick because they wasn't
Oh,
engaging.
so you didn't get to Runaways season 2, the She-Hulk of the MCU before She-Hulk.
Runaway season 2 was basically one of the worst shows we covered ever.
Because I think ultimately, I don't even know. I'm not saying some characters can get shows. It's better than wasting billions of dollars in movies on them. But it's like the Runaways and the Runaways I can see more as a TV show, something you can do. But Cloak and Dagger and all those characters kind of like waste of money to do content on. Personally,
I agree.
I can understand why there's a Moon Knight TV show, you know, a She-Hulk show. Those characters a little bit more cooler and popular. And yeah, just you guys go read the Runaways books. The Runaways books is better.
I hope so because the TV show is awful.
They are. They're actually honestly they're actually not that bad. I remember reading them in high school, and I was thoroughly shocked. It was some of them was stories kind of interesting, and they actually captured that dynamic of like a little teenage team. They're kind of like Teen Titans. They're not Teen Titans, but they captured that dynamic well in the comics.
Anyhow, so right now we are roasting the shit out of Cloak and Dagger because that was really bad. But right after that, we will go back at Invincible to have your take on it. So, I said it like the Dagger girl. I can't even remember her name. I don't care about any of their names. She was the best part of the show. She is the only redeemable quality of the TV show.
I mean, you mean Olivia Holt, or are you talking about the character?
Yeah, Olivia Holt and the character herself. She was the only redeemable quality of the show because she had a very interesting character arc, and her character is that broken as a character because her mother is broken. So this is a theme that I can relate to a lot because I've studied in special care counseling for 2 years, so I can see that kid growing up to be the kid she is because of the bad parenting she had.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
it makes sense.
yeah,
It's actually the only part of the show that actually makes sense and that is well written and thought of. That's really like the only redeemable quality is that
yeah. I mean, what do you think about the detective characters though?
the cartoonish villain detective is trash. But the kill detective was decent, and after they hint at her being the villain season 2, I don't give a shit. Like at first she was decent, she came across as interesting, but the moment they arrested her partner or whatever, that's the moment she was no longer needed in the show for me. But the same goes for the guy. Like I feel like that cartoonish trash detective villain should have stayed behind bars. It doesn't make sense that it would be released like that, and it felt very contrived that that murderous bitch is free again because we needed to shoot the girl detective. I can't even tell their name because they are forgettable characters. I really don't give a shit. And then the other thing I hated was that subplot with like the girlfriend or the love interest for the second lead and like the aunt or the mother, I can't remember their name. That was terrible characters. That was terrible subplot. Like I get it, they did a lot of like showing instead of telling. That's a good thing, but I still didn't give a crap about what was going on with these two. Like they were not needed. They felt like they were there just to act as narrator and thought bubble, and they were not really needed characters. Their scene were not really needed. But hey, we need them. We need them. Okay, whatever. We need them. So that was rough. I'd say there was only one episode I liked, and I won't spoil it. Actually, no, there are two episodes I actually liked. But considering like the average of that season sit at a 5 for most of the episode, that was bad. That was bad. So what would be your top 3 episode and your worst 3 episode of Cloak and Dagger season 1? Cole. Top 3 and worst 3. I know it's challenging because the overall show is bad, but I'm sure you can make it work. Cole? Cole?
Oh shit! Fucking hell, my mic was for some reason on mute. My bad. Sorry. My top 3 would probably be 7, and then just the first 2, and then my worst 3 would probably be 3, 5, and 6, and then I guess my prediction for you probably your top 3 being 10, 8, and 7, and then your worst 3 being 2, 3, and 4. Let's say.
So right now I'm looking to my notes. This is quite challenging because I see a bunch of 5s. Okay, so episode 2 was a 5 out of 10. Here were my issues. Only the main character is interesting. Everyone else is boring. Pacing was bad. None of the powers is explained. Stuff happened for the sake of the plot happening. Plot convenience, meeting the girl in the bathroom. Lightning was bad. Plot convenience. The guy just teleporting as a shoot. Oh yeah, he teleported by accident because someone was about to murder him. Sure, that's all. We make good storytelling, guys. We save the character by accident. Plot convenience, the guy teleporting by the girl side. That was like one of the terrible ending of one episode. Okay, so coming in second place in my worst 3, another 5 out of 10 with episode 5. Very fitting. There's a lot of 5 there. Pacing. The second lead of the show is really weak. I don't care about what's going on with him. I care a lot more about girl lead. Powers randomly do stuff. Plot convenience. The weak lead being teleported at the main character place. Plot convenience. Random water in the middle of the place. Plot convenience. The guy teleporting elsewhere mid-game. Yeah, that's like just random stuff happens. Another juicy 5 out of 10. So coming in third place in my worst 3 would be... Now that's a very hard one because I see a bunch of 5.5. I'd say episode 1 because it gave me a sour taste. I was like, oh, will this show be in like to the end like that? 5.5 out of 10, episode 1. Pacing, a lot of meaningless scenes are shot. Pacing, more pointless stuff. Lightning was bad. Plot convenience, the girl lightening up her power by accident. Again, to save her life. Can't aim! Plot convenience, the guy's power placing him on arms. Out of arms. Oh yeah, I was about to get captured or something, and then poof, he teleports. Very convenient. It's ridiculous. The story is so contrived. It's like they overplayed that trope so much. So when it came to my top 3, I was shocked. So maybe on a rewatch, but I will never rewatch this shit. But maybe on a rewatch, I could pinpoint issues. But episode 8 was like 10 out of 10 for me, which is shocking coming from this show. I had no issue whatsoever. So yeah, that's why maybe on a rewatch it could get worse. Episode 7 was my second favorite episode with a 9.7 out of 10, with the only issue being not funny. And lastly, coming in third place, episode 9 with a 6.5 out of 10. Keep in mind, this is my third favorite episode with a 6.5. It doesn't fly high. The subplot I didn't give a crap about. The guy already being out of jail felt wrong because he did lots of nasty things. Not funny. People cannot aim again. We like that. I don't have much more to say about this show. I'm glad we are done with season
Yeah,
one.
yeah, sadly, there's another season, unlike Hellstrom, but I'll give this a 2 out of 10.
Um, that's funny. Um, because I'm looking at my notes right now. I can't remember. I think I gave 5. Um, yeah, I gave 5 out of 10, which is the same grade as Elstrom, but I'd say Elstrom was more consistent and had more potential than this shit. I truly hated Cloak and Dagger, to be honest. Like, as I said, the only character I cared of, and I think the only part that was well written was the girl character and her mother. These were the only two pieces I'm like, oh, that's worth watching. So maybe if you do just a spin-off based on them, that's fine. You can erase the rest of the cast, that's fine. So 5 out of 10. Really bad. Like, for me, a 5 means it's bad. It's not something I would watch just for fun. Anyhow, now we got kdot on. How are you, kdot? Kdot, you are mute if you try to speak. How are you, kdot?
Something might have like came up with him. Yeah, he said sorry, I believe. Oh, no,
Okay.
that was for something else, I think. Actually, I don't know.
Let's hope you will. Oh, sorry. Oh no, that's earlier. That's not right now.
Yeah, that's why I say I don't know. Just let him know.
So we are waiting for him to come back. I hope he will come back soon. So Invincible, I'm excited about the rest of Invincible. What do you expect from Invincible? Um, what do you expect from the show next week or this week, I should say?
I don't want to expect anything, so really nothing, because whenever they do something like that isn't like, how do I say, like some people complain that like some episodes aren't like as action oriented or too much going on. It's mainly like dialogue or stuff, but I like it because it's a lot of character build up, and then other episodes, surprises me with more, and other ones like I sometimes like watch an episode and then want to see more of like a certain character from like the last episode, but barely then get much of that character in the next episode. But then I love what they do in the newest one. Like, so for example, I wanted to see more of like the even more of like the one alien character, but didn't. But then they spent a lot of time on Alan, and I really like that. So I really have none. I like what the show's doing on its own. I don't want to like have expectations or like hopes that then don't get that don't come true. I usually don't have expectations for that reason. For a lot of things, I just want to go in there like as blind as possible, because I think that's one thing a lot of people kind of do. They have like ideas of what they think a film or show will be about or what it will do, and then when it doesn't happen, it's disappointing. Like recently, that kind of happened as well with us. The new Scott Pilgrim show, the animated show, looked amazing. Everybody was hyped. They got all the original cast back, and then in the first fucking episode, they killed off the main character, and it's a completely different like take on it. And now that one's a bit different, where I can understand it. Because the frustration, because all the advertisements and everything made it seem like it was gonna be like the original and like the film, but it wasn't. And they did say like it would be a different like spin on it, but with all the advertisements being the exact same and how they advertised it with the main character per se, it was, I think, common to assume that a different spin on it wouldn't be something like that. So that one's more understandable, but still, what the show did itself was still very good, though. So At the end of the day, I don't want to like have any expectations.
I just hope we get good stuff. I like season 1, but so far season 2 I had a blast. I think season 2 of Invincible is better than 1. Like 2 10 out of 10 in a row for me. Like I have really high expectation. Really high expectation. Um, so I cannot wait to see more, and I hope kdot will be back soon. Um, so have you read the comic?
Me,
Yeah.
um, I'm kind of reading it as it goes along. Like I read the comic like up until where it leaves off with season 1 in the show, and I'm gonna do the same once season 2 finishes. All I heard from the comics though with season 2 sort of is the ending of this season is gonna leave some people divided. I heard who read the comics and love them, and yeah, Chaos is back, I guess.
Okay, so kdot, that's your cue. So what did you think of season 2, episode 3 of Invincible, kdot?
Season 2, episode 3,
Yeah.
pretty sad. I kind of like how they edited this episode. It was interesting because, you know, they did it twice. First, it started with Invincible, then they cut away to Alan, and they introduced it again, made it like the Alan show. Introduced us to Alan, showed us that he's, the only special one of his species that has super abilities and stuff. Then you have the sad ending with Alan. But the biggest thing that surprised me was how quick they introduced Omni-Man back into the season. I thought it was going to drag it out a little bit more. I was thoroughly shocked by that, honestly. So that was a good reveal at the end. Overall, I liked the episode. It was interesting. It was different. It was it's a self WandaVision, which is it could have been like doing weird kooky stuff, but in an interesting way. That's actually good. Yeah, I like the episode. If issues, I don't know. I don't like how Alan got kind of beat up and disrespected so early. I was like, really? You just introduced me to this guy.
And you already end him.
No, I don't think he's fully gone, but dang, that was messed up.
You got deleted, bro.
Nah,
Like,
isn't he?
no, the reveal of the true mole is the mole ending his life. Like, it was on the machine, then he turned off the machine.
Yeah, I
So,
mean, I haven't read the comics, so maybe again, maybe like he did something.
maybe
like,
that will bring him back to life.
yeah, well, I don't
somehow,
know, like
but
because he did say like something to him, like sorry for this, Alvin, where it makes me think that maybe he didn't fully kill him, but he's like gonna do something within, possibly like turn him maybe evil. Who knows? I don't know. I haven't read the comics at that point, so, and I'm not going to until after season 2. So, but I'm sure it would be further along than season 2, whatever they do. But whatever.
so what would be your grade out of 10, kdot, for this episode?
Honestly, for them doing an interesting twist, not too many issues. Even if I had that minor issue, it's not nothing that destroys the episode. I'll just give it a 10 out of 10 for being interesting. I mean, the way they edited it to introduce Alan and set him up and cut back and forth between, back to Mark and his girl, sleeping around. 10 out of 10. I thought it was different. It was interesting. It felt like it honestly to me felt like an episode from an old school like 90s cartoon or 80s 90s cartoon doing like weird interesting takes like almost like a gag cartoon, but in a good way, not a bad gag cartoon, but gag cartoon episode in a good way.
That's very interesting. So, how would you rank the episode so far? We got the first three. How would you rank them?
Best episode is 3, 1, then 2.
3, 1, and 2. Oh, very interesting. Why 2 was your least favorite? What would be your issues with it?
The Atlantis stuff, it really didn't. I don't know, it wasn't as interesting as the first episode, just starting out the gate. But second episode, it was all right. It was just all right. Wasn't bad, just all right.
Okay. Wow. Thank you very much for sharing. I'm wondering, have you seen the TV show's Powers?
Powers?
Yeah.
Shark Copley in it.
You're not talking about that show with 50 Cent, right? Is it a different show?
I think that was Power with 50 Cent from 2014. Yeah, no, we're talking Powers by the MCU. Definitely probably haven't seen it, but you know.
Powers by the MCU. What is that, some new show or something?
No,
Well,
that's old.
one.
That's
Yeah.
2017, but I don't think it's MCU. Is it really MCU?
It's 2015 to 2016, and well, it is an MCU, but it's by Marvel. Like again, before we're gonna cover all like the MCU films and shows next after we did all the DC stuff, but we decided to cover all the Marvel shows that like almost nobody has seen, but they produced during that time and then stopped since the MCU got more popular. This is one of them. Pretty much nobody has seen it. So,
Well, wait, what was it about?
That's like The Boys, but what if The Boys was bad?
yeah, pretty much. Like this is the IMDb of it. If you want to see it,
This is a worse version of The Boys, basically.
yeah. You know, this was one that I had the hope for the most, just because it had one actor in it that I recognized, but you know, you couldn't save it.
Next week we cover season 2. I'm so hyped to trash this.
Oh yeah.
So if you want to watch something like The Boys, but that's actually bad take of what The Boys did.
I'm going to Google Images. I never heard of this. It came out 2015. What the heck?
Yeah, and it's wait, wasn't it like produced by PlayStation or some shit?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's that PlayStation Network.
Damn.
Does this network still exist?
Wow, I never heard of this.
I mean, honestly, this one might have not even been by like Marvel, but it was like in the same category as it. So I was just like, I'll put it down.
No, it is Marvel. It is. You're right. It is Marvel.
It is
I've
Marvel.
never ever heard of this before. Like I never seen anything about it. This is new to me.
So
I'm not gonna watch it though, but shit.
if you're interested to say just to hear us roast it, you're welcome. But if you need to go, that's very understandable. But you're welcome to stay if you want to hear some roast, because we both disliked it.
I actually do need to step out. I just want to make sure I show up to give my Invincible opinion.
Yeah.
Head to this other.
Thank you very much, kdot. You're amazing. What do you have going on your channel?
Not really much right now, as you guys know, but hopefully content will be back in full effect in December once I, Godzilla -1 and Aquaman 2 coming out. So reviews and stuff and more coverage for that will be coming back. But my first video back officially might be Godzilla -1 review in December.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're watching that and not the American one, the better one. Yeah.
Hey, I like them both, but I still prefer the Japanese version, Toho.
No, the Japanese actually makes good Godzilla films, right? They don't make films where it's like 90% foreign humans, and then people are like, oh, but the 10% of monster stuff. It's like, no.
I mean, sometimes in life, you gotta appreciate what you can, and I appreciate that the Americans have made
the 2014 one did it with entertaining humans, so there's no excuse. Even if you want to do mostly humans, there's no excuse.
Look, sometimes in life, humanity must reign. They will reign to our content.
No, fuck that. But I mean, hey, if you wanted to, by the way, if you want to do like a stream, after the Game Awards sometime, like the 8th or 9th, like reviewing it, the winners and stuff and announcements, and I'm up for it.
Game Awards is December 8th, right?
It's December 7th, so yeah, I'm doing it on Rosales' channel, whatnot, with other people. But if you want to afterwards on like the 8th or 9th, like reviewing the winners and announcements, and yeah, I'm up for that.
Yeah, we'll definitely be doing a stream about that because it's going to be very controversial if Zelda doesn't win. That's all I'm going
Oh,
to say.
really? Really? Well, I mean, it's going to be that or Baldur's Gate 3, and I thought it would be Zelda in the running, but honestly, I think Baldur's Gate 3 might take it now.
Oh, that'll be fine with me. I just hope it's not Spider-Man 2. That's all.
Yeah,
I like
well,
Spider-Man
yeah.
2, but it better not be Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, it shouldn't even really be there, but I mean, I don't understand some of the nomi. Resident Evil 4 being there, like, fuck that, and why is Hi-Fi Rush not there? Weird, but okay.
Weird, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, and also Multi really wants Advance Wars reboot to win best system strategy. It's his favorite game.
It's awful. This is like an insult to the true IP, to true game. Like, if you're new to the brand, that's the perfect game for you. But if you're a fan of the franchise, you will rather eat a bullet than play this shit.
Okay.
It's like they made the artificial intelligence worse than in 2002, and we are freaking 2023. How is it possible?
Nintendo, that's how.
It's a downgrade, and they had so much focus to make it politically correct. They changed name dialogue throughout the story, so it's less like offensive. That
it's
game,
like, wait, what did they say? Like, instead of saying fire at those enemy troops, they said, "Hey, could you please go over to the enemy troops and handle the situation lightly with your friendly weapons, please?"
so so basically, there's many things, but the first thing is each country has a name. So the main character are Orange Star. The first enemy we encounter are Blue Moon. And then Green Earth, and lastly Yellow Comet. Is the fourth faction in the story.
Yeah,
and
what
in
did
this
they do?
game, they changed Yellow Comet for Gold Comet. Gold Comet, guys. Gold Comet.
Why?
Because yellow is racist.
Oh wow, yeah, because they think it's an army of Asians. Yeah.
They are Asian, in fact, in the game.
Oh,
so that was a parody. That was a parody, like.
Oh, it was a parody. I see.
Yeah, like it's.
And what is red, like the Soviet Union?
No, it's America, and blue is actually Soviet Union.
Ah, I see.
And Green Earth is like England.
Makes sense.
This game.
I'm excited to look that up.
This game poke fun at wars in general. They like, it's a parody about war, and the second one had really dark moment where it's no longer satire. It's really like serious, but it's only with some characters. But the idea is war is now a game. So that's the idea of Advance Wars.
I see. And then in the reboot, they just fucked it all up to make it politically correct. Okay.
Yeah, and I will give you another example. Like,
well, I will say, I mean, I think kdot has to go now, so we should probably do the outro.
I've a good one, kdot. Thank you for joining us. Take care, man.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I'll catch you later.
Before we go over,
yeah. So continue.
We got like we got one of the main characters. He's a big tough guy. He's like really stupid, but he's all brown and like no brain. And there's a bad guy that is a reflection of him. They are like identical. They are two stupid gorilla, And in the original game, they have a shouting contest where they insult each other. They call each other ape, gorilla, and that kind of stuff. And in this game, they changed the dialogue because apparently ape is racist because the villain wears a black jacket. So they changed that dialogue. The villain wear a black jacket, and he's calling the other one gorilla, and the other one is calling him ape. Do you know what I mean? Like ape, like monkey.
Yes, I know. But what? Yeah, but what? How does that? Like, it's on the content.
And now what they changed in the new game, they don't call each other ape and gorilla anymore. They call each other dog and like yes man.
Yeah, well, on a dog, like, okay, well, I don't think calling them dog is like any less. It's like, so you got rid of ape and gorilla because it could come off as racist, even though it depends on the context. But dog, I mean, if you know anything about like Latin people and Mexicans, I mean, like that's not much better. So good job, game. Good job.
And I will give you another example. So in the original game, one of the characters is really sexist, and part of his growth is no longer sexist by the end, and you respect more women. But they took that away. They just completely erased that aspect. He's no longer sexist. That character has no longer the character arc he had in the original.
Excellent.
That's amazing, right? Like when you take away your character arc because you don't want to offend people anymore. That's how we do things.
Ah, nice. So, okay, well, I'm glad that they're giving the cartel some recognition. With the dog stuff. That's good. But okay. So,
Yeah.
it's the game has no chance of winning the award it's nominated for, and so do two of the others. It's down to it's going to be either Fire Emblem or Pikmin 4. Like that's obvious.
I
The
hope.
game, I mean, not hope. Like the game has no chance. It literally doesn't. It was lucky to even get nominated, but I mean, if all the voters somehow did large amounts of cocaine and voted it to win, and it won, I would just love to see your reaction on stream. That
I
would be
would be
great.
insulted, bro. I would be like, I would. I think I would basically quit the stream if this shit happened.
You would just like leave, and
Yeah,
people would be like, "Oh, what
I'm
happened
out.
to Multi? Did he like out?"
And
Okay.
that's hilarious because the game has so many bugs and glitches, and the game was delayed. So it was delayed twice.
Hmm.
Originally, it was meant to release December 2021, but the team making the game are stupid, incompetent, lazy ass. And what happened is they they were not ready, so they didn't even finish like the main campaign by the deadline they had. So they basically delayed the game for like I believe that was February 2022. But then the war in Ukraine happened, and Nintendo was like, you know what? We will delay the game again because of the war in Ukraine. Because like one of the story beats is uh like Orange Star versus Blue Moon, and they're like reflected by like Soviet and America. So they're like, oh, let's not be offensive and let's just delay the game.
Wait, not be offensive to Russians who what? Yeah, there's a bunch of stupid choices they made during that war thing. Well, when the war first started, it's still going on, I think. But yeah, I
But
mean, um, really insulting though. But yeah,
they had and they almost had 2 years because the game came out like this April this year. So they delayed it like at least more than a year and a half. Like yeah, a year and a half. That's exactly the delay they got.
hmm
A, a year and a half, almost 2 years, and this is what we get. It's like it's so insulting. The game is filled with glitches, bugs. Like when you play online player versus player, the limit is 1v1. Okay, I get it, but they limit the size of the map you can play on. So it must be a very small map, 1v1. Okay, okay. I guess it's Nintendo. There were never like online focus. But guess what? It all crashes. Like at least 5 of my games ended because disconnection. Wow. Wow. No matchmaking? No matchmaking. You gotta add people in your friend list to play with them. Why? They are so brain dead. They are so stupid. They
uh,
had a year
oh,
and a half and they didn't bother like giving complete game, and even the single player crashes. Um, and on top of that, like when you play like casual game outside of like campaign and like single mode, like you play a versus or you play like CPU in the versus mode, um, you cannot save, and the game always crashes. So you always lose your game if you play a versus game. It's so stupid. I hate this shit. Anyhow, this game I cannot wait to really finish like what I need to finish, and I will give a proper review. I will tear it apart. This is my childhood, bro. They are taking like a bat of baseball and they hit my childhood with it. This is one of my favorite IP. This is the only strategy game I played for like that long. It's literally been like 21 years I played this franchise. And this is what I get. As I said, if you're new to the franchise, I think it's a good game. But if you're old school like me, you will hate this shit. You will hate it so much.
Yeah.
Um,
Wow, that's great. Okay, well, I mean, Jesus, I'm trying to think. What would be the worst outcome?
they
I mean,
win.
yes. I mean,
They
yeah.
win.
I'm just trying to like, in general, what would be the worst outcome for that show? I mean, I would probably say, I don't know. I would have to look at the nominees again, but maybe, yeah, I would have to check on them again. I'm trying to think like in general and for like game of the year and such. I don't know, probably Resident Evil 4 winning, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know how many games you played this year out of those, but I mean, if you ever have the time, before it starts, go ahead that, or in your free time outside of watching stuff for this show, if you have it, then if you can't play the games, you could watch like no commentary walkthroughs of them to at least get an idea of it. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see, but.
I've heard a lot about Spider-Man and I've heard a lot about Starfield.
Yeah, Starfield only got one nom, which was deserved. It's a good game. It just isn't amazing. It only got an RPG thing, and that's deserved. The Xbox exclusive that actually deserved to get recognition, Hi-Fi Rush did, but it didn't get a Game of the Year one. I don't understand why. That was bullshit. It's definitely better than fucking Super Mario Bros. Wonder and Resident Evil 4, that's for sure. And Spider-Man 2, yep, it's not an improvement over the first game, and it has some issues, but it is still a great, enjoyable game. It shouldn't really win anything though, and um, at least in my opinion, at least, and I don't know if it actually deserved a Game of the Year nom. And then yeah, Super Mario Bros. Wonder definitely didn't. It's just like anytime a big Mario game gets released, these fuckers rate it highly and then nominate it every year. It's like to please the Nintendo overlords, even though sometimes it just doesn't deserve it. It's like Super Mario Maker, okay, Super Mario Bros. Odyssey, okay, but this no. So yeah, that. But the other four or three or whatnot, I agree with.
And that's the interesting part because I know more obscure game. Like I'm more interested in the more obscure game. Like this year, I played Metroid Prime Remastered. I don't know if you have heard of that.
Oh, yeah, no, I haven't played it, but yeah.
That's a great game. That's probably my favorite game this year and my favorite game in a long time. Otherwise, I also played Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Connection, and so far, oh my, I got to stream this game more, but this feels like a downgrade.
Wait,
Um,
what's the game called?
Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm Connection.
Ninja Storm.
Connections.
Oh, wait, Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 or
No,
oh
Connection.
no.
4 is the previous
Oh,
game
oh,
in the
okay.
franchise. Um,
I see this one. Okay.
I streamed it twice. The first stream crashed, so I will re-upload it. But the second stream, yeah, um, I
Yeah, definitely do. I would say probably wait on reviews before buying games that are like based off of anime IPs, because they sometimes hand them out to studios who make like the worst games ever to develop.
yeah, but that's the thing. I'm a big fan of the franchise. I like Naruto a lot, and I played every Storm game. Every Storm game was really, really good. Well, actually, the first Storm game, I'm not the biggest fan of, but like Storm 2, I liked it. Storm 3, I liked it. Storm Generation, I liked it. Storm Revolution was actually bad. Storm 4 was amazing. I played Storm 4 for years, bro. Like, even after the game like stopped being popular, I still played the game a lot because there's still like players playing it. But Storm Connection so far, it's disappointing. Like, they changed some of the game mechanic, and I'm on it for like change because I don't want to always play the same game. But there are some change I don't agree with. Like, now it feels like they become more lazy and they want to make the game easier, so everything is faster. And now your resources you usually have are no longer limited. So now, like, you have almost infinite tools. Like, your tools reload, and this bothers me a lot because in the past it was always something limited, like a tool like a bomb to slow down your opponent, or a parachute to like try to bait a sub from your opponent, which is another resource. But no, now they reload. And another thing that really pisses me off is um, the counter they added in Storm 4. I truly hate counters, but in Storm 4, at least they were limited. When you would use a counter, that would decrease one of your bars, and you cannot spam counters. But in Connection, you can spam counters because apparently that's a thing now. Or another thing is a shield break, and fighting game like blocking is important, right? But in Storm Revolution, one of the worst thing that came up from that game would be like a pill you use, and that breaks your opponent's shield. But this is limited. You have 2 per game, but not in this game anymore. Now it's another thing that reloads. So now you can always like shield break when your thing is ready. And this is annoying as hell because there are a lot of broken move you can do. But there's a new thing I like. There's a few things that they added that I like, but there's also like story mode. Usually they have boss fight and that kind of stuff, and the boss fight usually are really good. But so far the boss fight are horrendous, and I got like 2 boss fights so far, and they were really terrible. It's like, bro, what were you thinking? What were you doing when you did these both boss fight? Right now, I'm not impressed. I will still beat the game. I will still play online to see how it goes online before I review it. But yeah, it's a disappointment. Anyhow, let's talk Powers. What did you think of Powers, the masterpiece?
Oh boy. Yeah, again, this one I had the most hope for because, it has an actor in it that I know and that I like. He isn't like the greatest actor or anything, but I liked him in District 9 as the lead, and how he kind of came out of nowhere in Hollywood. Him and the director who also directed Gran Turismo, which you like a lot, and just made an amazing film like that and an amazing performance like that. And then he did other projects afterwards, and some with and 2 with Neil Blomkamp as well. But nothing big because he isn't like the greatest actor outside of that one film. But still, I like him for that reason. So anytime he's like in something, I'll watch it, and I hope he does well. So because of that, I was actually I had some hope and expectations, that this wouldn't be so bad. At the very least, get something out of it. I mean, it wasn't as bad as Cloak and Dagger, in my opinion, and that's what I'll say. It's
I agree. It's slightly better, but it's not
Yes,
saying much.
it's not saying much at all. So first off, I'll say the cast. Yeah, Sharto Copley did a half decent job. Everybody else didn't really care for. I don't think some of them were terrible, but I wouldn't say they were good. And then as for the visuals and everything, I could really tell that this was a produced by PlayStation. Uh, you know, how to I mean, it isn't like as bad as I was expecting. I was expecting because I looked at like screenshots in the poster, so I was expecting like horrendously like Runaways bad, but at points they actually were, especially some like blurry shots. But most of it wasn't like that. There were moments where it was somewhat decent, I guess, but overall not great. Still, just whatever. Let's see. Costume design. I mean, they at least tried somewhat with that, with trying to make it like accurate into the comics, unlike Cloak and Dagger, where it's just like whatever. They didn't even try. It doesn't look great, but this didn't have the most money behind it. They at least made it kind of look accurate, at least somewhat. I mean, Raiden's what you expect from a show like this that produced by Marvel in 2015, not part of the MCU, and that only has like 6,000 people who rated it. It's exactly what you would expect. Pretty bad. The character conversations really suck. They don't feel natural, and it doesn't feel like any of them have chemistry with each other. And then the special effects obviously really suck too. I don't really care about any of their powers. They're not really interesting to me. I mean, in the comics maybe, but how they handled it in this, I didn't like. And yeah, so it was kind of like bad all around, but it wasn't like bad on the level of Cloak and Dagger or Runaways. It was slightly better, but still bad. So yeah, what did you think though?
Makes me sad. It feels like a mashup between Constantine TV show and freaking The Boys, but
Yeah.
they took like every worst aspect of both shows and they did their own. Side note number one, it felt like a failed attempt to be The Boys before The Boys were a team. Sad to say, but they deconstruct Hero kind of well, but the show is so bad that you tend to forget that's what they do in this show. Side note number two, the main character was very well written, but he was the only amazing character that had depth and nuance. Even there, the writing is still not always on point. Sometimes it's really rough around the edge. Um, Now, one thing I will defend, both villains were entertaining. I won't say they are great because we have seen great villains. They are not, but they were entertaining. That's all I gotta say. Issues. A lot is told instead of show. Like there is so much history that you don't see. It's just characters talking. Oh, this happened. This happened. I was so tired. I was like, show me something. Stop telling me it happened. Stop doing this shit. I will bash my head on my bed. Um,
Damn, on your bed, like the frame.
Past history could have been a great first season. So I guess they didn't do this because they didn't have the money. So that's why they took away his powers. Whatever. The show feels like Constantine. Too much happened off screen. Pacing. The overall story felt dragged on too much. But parts of the story are contrived. Characters do stupid stuff to make the show work. and these are like some of the highlights there. But I see my notes; it's bigger than what I had for Cloak and Dagger, but I do think it's slightly better as well. It had more to offer, I think. Um, and I look at the grades. Um, it's all over the place. There are episodes I really liked, and there are episodes I really hated, and there are like these average episodes. Um, and yeah, it didn't feel like 10 episodes was justified, but hey, they had 10, right?
Yeah,
So
I would have just preferred like instead of doing
6,
these two. No, instead of doing these like 2 seasons, just do like 10 episodes as a whole
yeah,
for the whole thing, that or 8 even.
yeah. Um, so what would be your top 3 and worst 3 episodes?
Oh fuck. Okay, let's pull up the old IMDb, shall we? God. Okay. Don't you love that poster? It looks so well done. That's it looks so terrible. Okay. Top 3 would be, I would say, 4, 5, and 9, and then bottom 3 would be uh fuck. Should I give it? Yeah, I'll give it 1, 6, and 8.
Okay. And what do you think is my top 3 and worst 3?
I'll say your top 3 is 3. Oh yeah, I'll say 3, 2, 3, and 10. I'll say, and then your bottom 3 I'll say is 7, 6, and and 1.
Very interesting. So I will start with my bottom 3, and you were right on the first one. Episode 1. I gave that episode a 4.5 out of 10, which is lower than any Cloak and Dagger episode. And I was really worried after watching this. I was like, will the entire show be like that? At least not the entire show was like that, but it's not much said because that was horrendous. First issue, plot armor on the cops. He just smashes people around. Yes, he ended someone's life, but more cops should have died there. He had super strength. He was smashing people around, but hey, only one of them died. Because only one of them mattered to die, you know? Too much happened off screen. They tell instead of showing how the main character lost his powers. More telling instead of showing. It's not sad because we didn't get to see the main character with his powers. Telling instead of showing. Plot convenience, just happening to find the head. Plot convenience, the hero being around. When they were falling from the building, the hero was just there. Oh, I will save them. Whatever. They try to explain it by saying I'm on patrol, but you don't see her on patrol, so that was an afterthought. F it. Um, okay, so that was my least favorite. Coming in second place, I'm looking into my notes, and I think you hit another one right. Yeah. Episode 7 was my second least favorite with a 5.5 out of 10, which is the average Cloak and Dagger did. Pacing, not funny. I didn't care about both character breaking up because I didn't care about their relationship or both character. A character I didn't care about died only for shock value since it was cliffhanger and I felt nothing. A way to go, right? Um, so that was my third, my second least favorite. My third least favorite would be, I'm looking into my notes, episode 6, with a 6 out of 10, very fitting. Pacing, telling instead of showing, more telling instead of showing, telling instead of showing. I will be crazy after that. Plot convenience, the girlfriend bumping into the phone call. Yeah, that was bad. So, my top 3 episodes. Let me look into it. So, episode 4 was my favorite with a 9.7 out of 10. My only issue being more telling instead of showing. That's something that keeps coming back almost every week. I don't get it. Um, so my second favorite episode was episode 3 with a 7.5 out of 10. More telling instead of showing, more telling instead of showing. Again. Again! I hate this show. Actually, I forgot. I actually liked episode 8. 8 is my second favorite. My only issue with it was spacing, and I gave 9.7 out of 10. So episode 8 is my favorite. Um, 4 was my second, and 3 was my third. The overall season was bad. Better than Cloak and Dagger, but that's no true bar. I think I would give this season a 5.5 out of 10. What about you, Cole?
I'll give it a the same as Agents of Shield, a 3 or 3.5, I guess.
So you liked it more than Agents of Shield. Very interesting.
Uh, not really. I just like Agents of Shield season 4 is obviously like better made. It's just like I didn't. It's just the lead actor in this, Copley at least kept my interest enough, despite the show being really bad, where I at least found it more watchable than fucking like 22 episodes of fucking Agents of Shield. That was really boring and bad, and with like not really any character that I liked fully. So that's why the extra point 0.5 maybe, but for the most part they're about the same.
You know what makes me so sad with Powers? I really feel like the main character is a well written character. Because there's a lot of nuance, a lot of interpretation, because he is lying, but you don't really get deep into the truth, and like they're half lies most of the time because a lot of these lies are really honest. That sounds weird, but I thought the main character, he wasn't the best character out there, but in this show he was really great. He did stood out. He has layers. They tried their best to make it work, and I thought he was a really good character. But the show is just so bad that who cares? Like I felt nothing when Retro Girl was found dead as a cliffhanger for season 1. I was like, oh okay, she died. They wanted to save some money.
Yeah, apparently, yeah.
um. Anyhow, I hope season 2 is better. I don't have any.
Yeah, if anything, I think it will be worse, but because they realize that their paycheck's coming up and this is the last season, they're like, yeah, yeah, I feel bad for Copley. He should have just been like a supporting character in a Marvel film. That would have been better.
Fact. Anyhow, I had a blast. Thank you a lot, Cole. You're amazing into finding stuff. And
wait, do we not have like one other show left? Is that it?
what show? Black Mirror? I didn't have time.
Well, no, I meant to delete that. Okay. Okay, well, I thought there was another, but I guess I was wrong. But no, the Black Mirror stuff I was meaning to delete. It's still posted on there. But yeah,
Yeah.
okay. I thought there was one other. My bad.
No. So that was fun as usual, Cole. I'm very grateful. You dedicate a lot of time for our podcast. You make good planning. You take your time. I am very thankful. Thank you a lot. You're amazing, bro. You make it work. I don't see
Uh,
myself doing that alone.
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you're the one who put the StreamYard together, so I mean, you should credit yourself more. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just for the stream Wednesday, I already sent the thing in for that, I guess. So I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, and again, just for like each week Wednesday, it's like again, no guarantee if we'll do it like every time, but just to like give more of a chance that I can just like quickly do it. Just like you can send like the 4 questions and just like at any
yeah,
time you can DM them to me. Like honestly, you can even like even though you haven't done the ones for tomorrow yet, you can even just like DM me the ones for the week after right now, and I can.
I did send them for tomorrow.
Oh
I
yeah,
think
no,
you replied. I
oh
think
yeah,
you
yeah, no, I
replied.
know I did. I sent them in. I'm just saying like even like for the ones next week, not this week,
Oh
but
yeah,
next you can you could DM them, like
yeah,
even like right now, and even then
yeah,
I can try to do them just like whenever, as soon as possible is obviously best. But yeah,
yeah.
just because I don't know if I'll have like time to be there myself on there, but I would still like to participate. So that's basically the only way to, because
Participate.
yeah, because there's a lot of I guess streams planned now. Like again, Monday I have to do like a weekly game stream now with Lantern and Oso, and sometimes on those days I'll do like an anime thing with Arkham, and then Tuesday this, and then Wednesday. No other streams planned on that day, but you never know. Sometimes things come up, and then Thursday next year, I'm probably going to start planning a League of Legends stream with Warren, and then Friday I have a stream planned with Mrs. And then Saturday I do a conspiracy stream with people like Jack Tarland and stuff, and then Sunday is Rosales' thing, and then usually other streams pop up. So I literally have one almost like once a day per week, and each of them, require a lot of planning, and then that's not even to put into consideration how I might start doing some content in the future on YouTube, which would take more time. So yeah,
Looking
just
forward for it.
so just to put it lightly, that's my schedule, and I don't know if all of it is going to stay that way in the future, but yeah, a lot of stuff though. So yeah, that's basically. I don't know if I'm ever going to have time on Wednesdays to actually show up myself, sadly, but I'll keep sending them in though. If you
That's
in
great.
advance,
We answer them. We basically read out what you're doing, and that's great. Thank you for
and I'm
sharing the
sorry.
response.
I'm sorry if I just like type too much. I just want to, I want to make sure that
No,
I don't.
that's fine. You don't type too much, bro. Never
Okay.
think you're doing too much.
Okay.
Never think that. That's a sin, bro. It's like when you're talking. I listen to that. I'm hooked. I like having other people talk. Like, don't stop. Keep doing what you do.
Okay.
You're amazing, Cole.
Yeah.
That's
Have
what I
a good
wanted to
night.
say.
Have a good night, and also yeah, with the weight loss thing we've been talking about. Yeah. I worked on it before, but I kind of stopped with it. But ever since I would say like 4 weeks ago, I've been trying to do it more again. So it was like a little before we had that one discussion on the Wednesday stream, and
Yeah.
yeah, I'd say it's going well right now. I've basically just been basically just like a salad every night, and that's it. Just water and everything else.
I feel you, man. I feel you. I'm in pain right now. I'm hungry, but I cannot eat. I need to wait
Yeah.
at least an hour
Well,
to eat
no,
now.
I'll be honest. So, like, ever since I like moved, for some reason my appetite went down. I don't know if like that's something with like your body adjusting for a while, but ever since I moved a year ago, I haven't been as hungry, and I've been getting like full easier, so that helped. But yeah, and I mean just drink a lot of water, and the appetite should go down as well. As for me, you know, but yeah, we'll see how this works out. But
Don't
yeah,
don't forget next Monday we do the tier list for the TV shows.
Next Monday, right? Yeah. So
Yeah,
next.
I will
Yes.
post it again as a reminder, and I will post it again.
Yeah. Well,
as a
luckily that
reminder.
that one will be shorter, so that's good.
Yeah.
But yeah. Anyway, see you later.
You're amazing. Have a good one.